This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A warm welcome to all our viewers at a beautiful day here at andBeyond in Ngala. And we're currently watching a hyena lying down on the bank of the big Timbavati River. So I want to encourage all our viewers, come jump on this live safari here in the African bush. So it's such a beautiful day here, as we mentioned earlier. Now, the hyena has basically gone and lied down on the side of the bank there. And as we mentioned, it's here on the Timbavati River. Now, yesterday, apparently there was a leopard somewhere in this area with a carcass up in the tree. Now, we've tried to look around to see if there's maybe any other signs of the leopard. Probably that's why the hyena is still around in the area, but we haven't seen anything yet. So hopefully we can go and try and remaneuver and see if there's any other signs. But I'm Nikki, going to be a ranger for this morning, and with me on the camera is Gert. Now, on this hyena, what I've noticed is, especially if we are going to go close towards the neck or look around the ears, you might notice there's a little touch of, looks like a reddish color, and that might be from the carcass. Maybe some scraps that fell to the ground. It could have been that the carcass fell to the ground. He or she could have fed off of it and eventually decided to go and lie down there before it eventually heads off back to the den. Now, we don't know. Maybe there could be still a leopard in the area and a carcass, and that's why the hyena is hanging around here. Or it could have already had a feast. The leopard could have moved off, and from here on, this hyena's just resting up and then heading back towards the den. Maybe even spending the day in this particular area near the river. You can see really tired. Eyes are closed. Now and again just opening it. But the ears are focused, especially towards where we are and behind us. So we'll definitely, as we carry on, have a good scan in these trees and possibly see if there's any sign of this leopard. Linda is quite cute just lying down there. But like, look at the colors. Like, this one has very interesting colors. I mean, we refer to them as a spotted hyena because of those spots, but look at how dark this one's front legs are. You'll notice, like, especially the left one's quite dark and the right one. And then around the face, there's still a bit of hair. Often the older hyenas get, the more it looks like there's a bald patch over its head, especially between the ears. And you can see this one has a very distinguished line of white and a bit of darker, lighter brown on the head with that longer hair going from between the ears all the way to the back of the neck. And very pointy ears, like round, cup-like, but very sharp points at the end. And just look at how it's picking up its head just to scan around. So that's often one thing in the bush that I often feel that we sometimes as guides often neglect, is that time just to sit and listen and hear what is going on around us. Because, I mean, with this hyena, I'd be able to hear if there's any interactions between other hyenas. It might even hear if something is making a kill in the distance, or if there's possibly any prey, food nearby, in order to make its way then eventually closer. But for now, it doesn't look like there's anything around. It's just probably just, excuse me, scanning the area. And even look at how it's lifting its head, just testing the wind. The wind is blowing from the right towards the left. So from the direction that hyena is staring into, that's the direction the wind's coming from. Flat cat, it definitely looks like there might be a carcass in that belly. But hyena looks really round. And it could be. Like, I spoke to Gert about it. and some of the other rangers, and apparently they found a leopard yesterday. So in the back of where this hyena is lying down, there's a road on the other side of the this riverbed, and apparently the leopard was seen somewhere from there. Oh, look at the size of that belly. Definitely, maybe that carcass fell to the ground, because often, you know, like as leopards maneuver their carcass around a branch, sometimes they could by accident drop it out of the tree. And if it drops and there's a few hyenas around, it's very unlikely for that leopard to get it back. And look at the patch of blood under that chin. So who knows, maybe this one was the lucky one and stole that kill. You can see how he's enjoying that little scratch. Even look at the way that he's pulling his lips. See the angle or where it's moving up? What we'll do is possibly see if we can maneuver our way around, get onto that side, and see if there's anything that this hyena might head off to, or see if that leopard is possibly in the tree somewhere.
Good morning, everyone. This is Djuma from andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Here behind the camera, we have Greg right behind the camera. And here we are. We have a lovely sighting of the hippo. They just come back to sleep in this wall. Behind is not very clear, for as you can see, a lot of bird life. As you can see, right, birds, sometimes they sit on top of that. These are on the ground. There will be more yellow-billed stork. Up on a tree, a white-breasted cormorant. They nest over this, but they're already done with the nesting for now. So they just start like roosting there, spending so much time on these trees. And what happened here, because we're not very far from the Lake St. Lucia, every time, like, they will start heading down to the Lake St. Lucia to fish there, and then later afternoon they're coming back and to roost here. So they can see they start catching up the sunlight, and then a little bit later they're going to start heading down to the lake, which is beautiful to see them. Having good sleep for now. As you can see, they're all packing all together like that. Yeah, so this is a lovely morning, very clear, but
Jumbo, hello everybody, and that's how Phinda looks like this morning. But the morning of the Masai Mara is very different, as we shall be showing you very shortly. And a very welcome to the Masai Mara. Again, as I said, my name is David, and we want to show you why the Mara is different from Phinda. Well, with me on camera today is Bungay, and we had some massive rains last night, and the rains have continued up to this morning. And we're going to show you the buffaloes and the eagles and the clouds, and you'll see what exactly I'm talking about. But we managed through rather cold, 17 degrees Celsius, 62 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's this kind of cold or low temperatures that makes these animals to be active and enjoy eating the grass. Now, the rains that we had the whole of last night are going to change the dynamics of the Masai Mara. I want to talk to a friend of mine who follows the weather pattern of the Mara, but currently I'm guessing we might have had 250 millimeters of rainfall last night. I was up at 3, it was raining, went back to bed about 3:30, and I was up at 5 finally, and it was still raining. You can see the mist way down there. That's towards our eastern horizon, where we would be seeing the sun, which definitely today has performed badly. We're looking for another sunrise tomorrow. And I'm sure, as my colleagues have said, please keep talking to us, ask us about the weather, what we think will happen. Nazi, a very good morning. If it's a good morning where you are in the world, but you say you love the trees. That's what Bunga is showing you. And that's what you call a Bossiae tree. And the rest of the trees, now, as you see there, are what we call the balanites, which are very iconic trees of the Masai Mara and the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. So any comment you may have, like Nazi, she says she loves the trees, very good. And should you have any questions, please, you're welcome to send them through. And as usual, you can do that by tweeting to us at CGTN Wild or hashtag WildEarth. The young ones, you can do the same by sending us emails. And you can use kids' questions at wildearth.tv. Look at that beauty of the Mara. It's very quiet, very serene. Rains have stopped. And there are times when you'd come and you look at these plains here and you see them full of animals. I'm talking of zebras and the wildebeest. And the story of the migration is always a wonderful one to follow.
Thundering storms of East Africa are something to behold. They feed the meandering Mara River and nourish the grassy plains. Every year, the migration herds stream across from the Serengeti into the Masai Mara. Following the storms in search of greener pastures. The zebra vanguard are the first to venture across the river. Those that survive the rapids, rocks, and ready predators are rewarded, feasting on the untouched plains of red-oat grass. The zebras cut the long grasses, preparing them for the remaining grazers. It is now the time for the body of the migration. Countless wildebeest and Thompson's gazelle gather along the banks of the Mara River. Like the zebra herds before them, they must face many challenges. Every antelope's ability is put to the test. Their legs must carry them across the current and find grip along the slippery rocks. Although safety is often found in numbers, it is every antelope for itself. Until the survivors meet again on the other side to relish in the grassy rewards. And then, as is nature's way, it comes time to cross the river again as the herds continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
Seeing such a big river and how those wildebeest and zebra need to cross in the Masai Mara, it's absolutely incredible to watch. But I mean, for us now, they also need to cross the river, but of course there's no water in this one. So this is the Timbavati River. So you can see it's quite a beautiful dry river, and it's only occasionally when there's a bit of rain up in the catchment areas where this river would actually flow. But under the sand, there is still a steady flow of water And that's why elephants will come into this riverbed and then start digging to get to the water. And also now we saw tracks of that leopard that was close to where that hyena was, and it looks to me that they are heading off to our right. So we're now basically following the riverbed, seeing if there's any signs of him here, but if not, we know more or less where we're going to start our search. Now sometimes with animals, especially with leopard, they use what we refer to as a game trail. Now just to show you off to the left here, from where the vehicle is, there's actually an elephant trail. So elephants will use this to get from one area to another, but have a look at this. It looks like a footpath in the bush. So notice the tracks that goes all the way up into the bank. You can actually see those big circular tracks in the sand there. And with leopards sometimes, instead of just bashing through the bush and walking through a lot of, unless they're hunting, but what they normally do is they take the path that is the easiest for them to walk on. So often when you drive past these game trails, it's a good opportunity just to scan up and down and see if there's possibly those leopard tracks. Now, earlier on when we found the leopard tracks, they were on one of these trails. And the trail, now I'm showing you the one off to our left of the vehicle, but the actual one that he moved on is off to our right. And that's where we're going to be looking for him.
Very good luck on your search for leopard. And if there's anything I want to look for this morning myself, would be lions. I didn't move very far from where I was with the buffaloes because I thought the light has gotten better, and I thought before I leave, these two buffaloes that seem to be very good friends, having the chins on each other, their foreheads, their horns. And these youngsters, I thought, they're going to make my morning. Beverly, what would happen, and you'd like to know what will translate to the rains we're getting in the Mara? I would say, if anything, Beverly, the rains will bring some confusion to the wildebeest. I mean, Beverly, the buffaloes, the elephants, and other, herbivores may not be affected by that. But we have always seen migration works on two factors. One, breeding. Two, food. With the rains, the wildebeest will know that is where the grass green is, and that's where they may tend to go. So we think the smaller or the bigger herd, let me say, that had gone towards the south, that's what Serengeti National Park, will very quickly make a U-turn and come back to the Masai Mara if where they are, there is no rain. That's what exactly happens during the migration. A couple of years ago, we had seen 3/4 of the wildebeest or the migration having gone back to Tanzania. And like 2 weeks afterwards, we had some big rains in the Mara, and they all came back. Not all of them, but the bigger number of them came back. So that is possibly going to happen. You see all the cattle egrets there. So once it rains, I would say it's a rebirth to everything here in the Mara. I'm talking from the botany point of view. The grass, the vegetation gets rejuvenated. The animals, they know they have a lot to eat. The insects are all out, and the birds know they have enough to eat. The only downside of the rain a little bit is just that the roads become a bit slippery, but apart from that, it's a plus for the rains here. So all the white birds you're seeing there are the cattle egrets, and I would say today they have started to eat very early. Of course, their feeding is determined by these huge herbivores, and once the buffaloes are up and moving, they know that's the right time to get the food. There's one there that's just enjoying the ride and enjoying maybe the savannah. You should be eating, get out. Very good, that's where the food is. So these cattle egrets will either walk along with the buffaloes or with the elephants. Zach, you were asking how do the buffaloes greet each other? That was a possibility, but we haven't seen them do like would say some predators like the hyenas or the wild dogs. In general, they maybe stop and look at each other and communicate. But the only big herbivores I know that would greet each other and you can pick all the fine details are the elephants. But anytime you see the buffaloes going head to head, in general, it could be a fight. But those small youngsters there, they are like, maybe we know each other, we come from the same family or the same lineage. There could be a possibility there. Good morning. Do we look familiar? Now, these are the animals in Africa that you'll never be able to read their body language. And anytime we have had issues or human-wildlife conflicts in Africa, in general, they are either from the buffaloes or the hippopotamus. They're very unpredictable. One moment they'll be just there grazing, have no business with you. The next minute, she or he will be next to you. I will allow them to keep feeding, and as I said earlier, I have plans to search for some lions for you.
Well, we're starting off with some creepy crawlies this morning. We've got webs, we've got thorns. I was also hoping to show you a sunrise, but it seems as though it is a little bit late for that. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Odie, and we're really excited to be bringing you this live safari here from Eco Training's Pridelands. But shall we have another look at those spiders? So unfortunately, I don't think we're actually going to see any of the little spiders moving around, because they are nocturnal. So what that means, in case you're wondering what on earth does nocturnal mean, Taylor, it means that they're more active at nighttime. So they will be in the center where all that mass is, and there's lots of leaves and things that have been stuck together with the webs, and they'll probably be just tucked away in there. But what's interesting about these spiders is that they're very social. So that's why they're called community nest spiders. And it's actually uncommon, especially here in South Africa, to find spiders that like to socialize with one another. Normally you would just see like one spider on a web with big females. Sometimes you'll see some sneaky males lingering on the outside of the web too. But there are lots and lots of them, and they're really small. So when a moth or a cricket or a grasshopper or something like that gets stuck in their web, they all work together and they rush out, and they can take on very, very big prey. Because if they were to just try and catch something themselves, then they would have to eat something small like a little fly or a midge. So by working together like that, it works quite well. It means that they all get quite a big meal. So they'll live in there. It's not a particularly big family of community nest spiders. So there'll mainly be females in there with their youngsters. And of course, there'll be a few males too. But I have no doubt, because spiders are cannibalistic, that they eat one another all the time. Which I'm sure, especially when there's not a lot of insects around. And during this time of the year, there aren't that many. But Odie, I don't know if you can see, to the left here, there's some other little spider webs just on these sort of lower down. I don't know if you can... Maybe we can have a look at them. So I know a lot of you are saying that you are quite terrified of spiders, but don't worry. We're so far away, and I promise you they haven't worked out how to climb through the screen just yet, so you're safe for now. But now that's a different species of spider, and it's a pity that we're not laying down on the floor looking up, because then you could really see the webs quite nicely. Now those are called tropical tent web spiders that make those sorts of nests. Okay, you can see the nice little webs at top, and then sort of at the bottom, it's a lot more dense with the web. So I don't know if you've ever watched any movie that there's a circus scene in it, and you'll see the trapeze artists. It's very much like that. So there's like a sort of little mat of web at the bottom, but they're quite pretty when just a single little spider will sit on those. Tina, funny enough, the animals that do give me the most fright can be spiders. Sometimes when I'm in the shower and I see a little sack spider or a rain spider or something like that crawling on me, I do let out a little bit of a yelp, or like the insect that just flew into the back of my hair right now, definitely jumped. But no, I'm not too worried. But you know what we're having at the moment in camp? Sometimes you walk out of like the lecture room and stuff like that, and all the elephants have come around to feed on the nice big trees that are overhanging over these big tents that we obviously use, you know, for a bit of shade. And they have started feeding there. So sometimes you step outside and there's an enormous elephant who also gets just as much of a fright as you. So that can give you a bit of a spook. But no, I don't think I'm too scared of much. There's so many little birds flying around us, which we will continue to try and keep catching over the duration of the morning. I think that's something we might actually do. I think we're going to do a bit of birding.
Welcome back again, everyone. Here we are with the lovely female cheetah. She's just lying down. She's been traveling long distance. She must be taking a rest for now because it's still nice and cool. She could be able to continue for hunting, but I'm not sure how much longer she's going to be resting around into this beautiful open area here. As you can see, she's kind of lazy, but yeah, I don't blame her because she looks like she covered a long distance to the tracks, quite a long way. Been following up this morning, so she must be taking a rest for now. Maybe she's been trying so many times. She missed that, and then wow, that's a lovely sighting, to be honest. Wow, look at that. Wow, camouflage on this grass. She's just breathing heavily, taking a deep breath. It's so peaceful up here. Yeah, look at that tail, checking slowly. Yeah, she's in a very good area. There's no lion around, and she's, as you can see, the house is more comfortable. She's not even worrying about anything, not like yeah, Diana, that is a nice, lovely actually, but also that's a good way of to be able to. She doesn't have to work all her body out when she have to check for something. She just turn her head, checking every single direction, because her very big muscle to support the neck sitting up like that. Look, she's looking everywhere, but slowly. You'll find a day different when it's so much windy, because they're always worrying about something come across to them. But now, as you can see, the grass is just slightly moving, which is a very, very slow breeze. And that's very cool for her. Doesn't bother her at all. Yeah, it's so much easier when she's all by herself. She doesn't have to worry about the cubs or anything yet. But I'm not too sure if she's been already made with the males. Probably she did. Yeah, she looked very comfortable. And this area is very quiet, not even impala around. Normally you find a lot of impala hanging in this area. Look how beautiful this spot. And yeah, you can see she's not worried about anything at all. Just peaceful in this area. summer, there's so many different you can pick up from the leopard and the cheetah. First of all, most of people, they pick up from looking for the tear marks on their face. And then this is one of the first of different. And also the spot. And it's very different from the leopard. Leopard have like a rosette spot. Cheetah has a dot spot, which is totally different. And also the body shape, and they're very different as well. Leopard are very stocky. You can see the build for the power. And the cheetah are very slim. And that you can see that they're built for speed, like a greyhound. So there's so many different. You can pick it up on there between the two. If you're talking about maybe she must be around 25 to 28 kg. Yeah, somewhere around there. She's looked very tired from this morning, but she can change her mind quickly. Anything comes to her mind, she can just decide to do it. As you can see, she's lying down like the body shape is totally same level at the back. There's not so many flies at the moment. As you can see, the ear is not looking as much as normal, but tail also. But normally when there's a lot of flies, you see the tail moving a lot and the ears. Look, she's stretching now. She might. I don't know, maybe she's getting herself comfortable. Yeah, when you normally hear people talking about the cheetah, the fastest mammal inland, but they still find it very difficult to find, to catch the prey. They have to use their very good technique to catch, especially by using a lot of cover.
Hello, Jumbo. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to River Camp down here in the Masai Mara. A very good morning, lovely people. My name is Isaac, and on camera I have Big James. We're already set out here at the river. We had lots of rain last night, and so we are not open. We haven't opened the vehicle completely yet because it is still drizzling, and we don't want to risk, anything. So we're staying dry. But on one side it's open, so you can enjoy this beautiful view of the beautiful Masai Mara. Remember, we are live from the Masai Mara. Talk to us on #CGTNWild, #WildEarth. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. And to start with, we have hippos, our resident and local hippos around this crossing. Remember, yesterday we had lots of animals come down, but they decided to go back when it rained. There is nobody in sight this morning, apart from a few the real spotted land cruisers coming to see if there's wildebeest, and then they go. But I'm all alone at the moment. No wildebeest in sight, no zebra in sight. The only thing here is the beautiful sight you see, the hippos, the raging Mara River, and the beautiful view. I hope you're well. Yes, our hippos looks like two to the left are enjoying a nice nap. I remember they are not bothered by, you know, the sound of water. Gremlin General Jumbo, how are you? You ask if hippos are able to play in water. Is that it? If that's so, yes. And it can be hilarious when they play, because I have seen one. Oh yes, they are, when they're swimming, they are able to float, but when they stop, definitely they do sink, they go down. But when they swim, yes, they can float. Yes, I thought you were asking, oh, look at that little one going on its mama's back. Oh no, actually it's not, it's a different thing. Yeah, it's two mating. Yeah, I spoke too soon. It was, looks like, it doesn't look very serious. I think it's, this one here looks like it's a female coming into season, and the males are getting interested. It can get very ugly, or they can get very aggressive towards each other, and that's why I'm checking and, you know, looking exactly what kind of behavior was that, because normally they don't tolerate each other at all. They will kill each other by all means. So I don't know exactly what was happening there, because there is more than one male trying to mate with that one female. That's a youngster, definitely. You can tell by the size of the head. Yeah, I was there, now I'm not. Yeah, you can't believe, you know, that they can disappear that quickly. Well, that was very interesting. I don't know where they've gone. I don't see them anymore. They'll be coming out. Yeah, there is more over here of the hippos, and these ones, they look very calm and they need their rest. Well, for females in season, when they come into season, they mate in the water, and they are in season for almost 2 days, and they mate in the water, and then they carry their little one in their tummies for up to 8-9 months, and then they give birth outside of the water, very close to the river or lake. But quickly the little guy is introduced to the river or lake, maybe after an hour or two, but the mother stays on the tide side or the current side to block the little one so that it does get washed away. They are able, amazingly, to suck underwater. I'm staying here, don't go anywhere.
If there's an animal I would like to see giving birth, would be a hippopotamus. And doing that underwater or near water, it's very difficult for most of us out here in the field to see that. But for animals like elands, many a times we actually have seen them giving birth. If you look carefully at this eland here, you can see now it's eating some foliage or some leaves of that bush, because elands are mixed feeders. We'll always call them either browsers or grazers at the same time. And then don't be surprised if she stops eating the leaves and then go to the grass, because most during the rains, they eat grass. Emily, how are you today? And you're asking, what is my favorite time of the Mara? You'll be surprised to know it is now. It is now because I love the Mara when it is raining. A few of the guys will be like, oh, we'll get stuck. It's going to be very muddy. But I love it. Emily, I love getting stuck. And the only reason I would say I love it during the rains in the Mara is because it is always full of life. Everything is rebranded new. All the animals are reloaded, if that makes any sense, because the grass is up, the vegetation is green, and you can tell the animals, the birds, everything is just wonderful, and there's some sort of positive energy in the air. So what I usually do, Emily, before I leave the camp, I'll always make sure my four-wheel drive is working very well. I have a machete, I have a spade, the winch is working, and my high lift jack is working, and I have a raincoat and some gumboots. At one point, Emily, I am going to show you the boots I'm wearing, just to show you how prepared I get, because I enjoy every moment out here in the rains. Yeah, the herbivores there are toppies. You can tell with the rains, from the body language of these animals, everything is just working fine for them. Normal day is about 8 o'clock, our East African time. You'll notice most of the herbivores are just waking up. The day is just starting, but these herbivores have been eating for the last, say, 1 hour, which means they started feeding earlier by an hour because the weather is just perfect. Now, we are looking at the toppies and the elands. Both species got males and the females having the horns. Looking at the elands, they'll have a little bigger horns than the females. That's the elands. And especially, when you look at the males, and what they do, I was saying earlier, the elands are browsers and grazers at the same time. Now, during the rainy season like now, they'll be feeding on grass, and of course, as you can see there, a bit of vegetation, a bit of foliage from the bush she's feeding on. But during the dry season, that's when their horns come in very handy, because they use them to break big branches of trees to bring down the leaves to feed on the twigs, and of course the leaves. So both sexes have horns. Toppy, if you look at them carefully, the size of the horns is more or less the same. Not much difference in terms of size, unlike the elands where the males got larger horns. Well, it's time to move on and keep enjoying watching all these animals that are having fun feeding with the rains.
There's quite a big herd of elephants that we found near the river. And we're looking at two individuals. You'll see the one is picking quite a bit of grass. The other one is feeding into one of the trees there. But notice what it's doing with its trunk. If we move a little bit closer, you'll see it's basically grabbing grass and then using its trunk to tear the grass off. So just wait, there we go. And then sometimes what it will do is it will flick the grass against the chest to get rid of the sand and then put it into its mouth. Notice that tusk, the dark color. I wondered yesterday, because it was nice and warm, if this elephant had a mud bath. And just splashed a bit of mud onto itself. That's how that tusk got dirty. But look at what it's doing with that trunk. It's basically grabbing it. In order to get more grip on it, it's twisting the trunk around it and using a bit of momentum to pull it out of the ground. Now, there are a few elephants around, but look at how relaxed this one is. If you look at the tail, notice the ears. So often on a warm day, you'll find them often flapping their ears quite a bit in order to cool themselves down. But on a cold-ish day, like today, it's overcast, and it's a pretty cool morning. There's no need to move those ears to fan that body. But if you look at the tail, it's moving sideways. It doesn't pick it up, so it's very relaxed at the moment. So often by looking at those features like the ears, maybe the temporal glands, the tail, there's a lot of features from the body language you can use in order to see if this elephant is either relaxed or not. Now, if it carries on the way that it's moving now, we might get a better glimpse of it from a gap right here in front. So just bear with me. If this elephant continues to move, I'll just try and reposition the vehicle. I think let's just try and do it, because we might, there's no guarantee, but there might be a slightly better gap right here, not even 10 meters further on. So Gert, tell me if you have a gap here. I agree with our viewers. It's just amazing to spend time with these amazing animals, and also just being able to just watch their behavior and how the whole herd interacts with one another. There's a few that we can see that's moving into the area. I can already see 4 or 5 at least that are making their way towards this area, this direction where we are now. And the thing about a herd of elephants like that is they need to eat constantly in order to sustain those big bodies. So what these elephants are probably doing, because of the nice cool conditions, they'll probably feed well into the morning, even early on into the afternoon. From there, probably head down to water for a drink. Notice what it's doing with that tree. As you can see, often what happens is, when the elephants push over the trees, the grass underneath it gets a bit of time to restore. And then what they'll do is, at a stage, they'll push that tree away to get to that lush green grass. It might just be that this one stripped that tree off to get to the bark. Big Daddy, with the elephants, especially these ones here, you know what we can do is let's try and work together in terms of the height of this particular elephant. Because, I mean, it all differs from one area to another. It could be anywhere from, a little baby elephant that's just over 1 meter tall to an elephant with a shoulder height of nearly 3.5 meters. But let's move, I'm going to move slowly forward, and then what we'll do is we'll try and see how tall this elephant is. So we're just going to get into a gap here, because it'd be really nice to do like a little estimate. So let's say if we take this elephant and let's say if we move closer, so let's say the belly is probably going to be 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Or let's work on roughly 1 meter, and then let's say another meter to halfway up the body, and then half a meter from there to the top. So I would probably say this elephant, if you had to measure it from its foot all the way to the back of the shoulder blades, would probably be 2.5 meters tall. This particular one we're looking at. And that's an estimate. I might just be completely wrong in saying that, but hopefully we can, if we had to work it out, like let's say barely 1 meter, another meter, half a meter.
Welcome back again, everyone. We are still here with our lovely cheetah here. She's still lying exactly the same spot. She hasn't moved since then. Yeah, look, she's still very comfortable. There was some lamb calling earlier on, but to check a little bit, I think there must be some other predators were moving around. Didn't bother her at all. It's amazing. Yeah, still it's a lovely morning. Donna, a cheetah can't put a kill up on a tree. They'll rather hide into the thicket, trying to avoid like a vulture or something like that, because even themselves, they can't climb up on a tree. the leopard does that. Look, she's just dragged. It would be nice if she get up and walk and trying to find something, but it looks like a belly, not very thin. She might be had something yesterday, probably. And also, if you look at the way she's lying, it shows she must be had something probably from yesterday or day before. Look at that white tip on the tail. When she lifts up the tail. Yeah, she looks like she's enjoying a morning sunshine, getting nice and warming up. If the sun starts getting a bit more, she will try to move, trying to find a good shade. She might rest here for the day. Look how cute the face. Wow, this is a beautiful morning. Good question about what you're doing. There are more leopards here in Phinda and more cheetah as well. Like a couple of days we've been viewing a cheetah with the two cubs. What they're doing. Yeah, look at that, lovely. Amazing when she put her ears back, and that shows how they're using them to listen every single direction. It's amazing how they can. Oh, look how she's rolling over now, changing position. She might get up and move or start yawning a little bit. That is always a sign of getting more energy, but sometimes getting energy to settle down. It surprised me she's just using one side for lying down. You can't really see nice on the paw, on the front paw, but if you look carefully on the front paw, you can see like a jewel claw, but not very clear. It's what they use for catch their prey, to trip the prey. When they're running out, when they're chasing, they just hit with this jewel claw and they run straight towards the throat, making sure they suffocate the prey. So that's how they do it.
The wide African plains are the playground for Africa's coursing cat, the cheetah. They are often solitary, but sisters will live together until adolescence, while brothers often form lifelong coalitions. The prey they hunt depends on whether they live alone or in groups. Selecting a victim is a painstaking and careful process. At full stretch, the cheetah is a blur of spots. To stay at top speeds, its tail whirls to counterbalance the cat's change in direction. Despite their immense speed and agility, only about 40% of chases are successful. And the hunt is not over with the chase. Wrestling is a necessary skill, and the cheetah is built for speed, not power. The cheetah must also eat fast to avoid thieving scavengers. Only after the meal can this captivating cat rest.
Now, the cheetahs in the Masai Mara form very unusual coalitions, and you have always said cheetahs are very solitary cats. But in the Masai Mara, we have seen like 3, 4, 5 males forming a coalition, which is quite special. Now, cheetahs will hunt in general during the day, but at times we have seen them hunt during the night. But the 5 musketeers, being 5 males, they have formed a formidable force that could hunt any bigger prey. The largest prey I've seen them hunt one time was a baby buffalo. We have always thought cheetahs will be solitary, but also in the Mara, once in a while, we have seen 2 females also forming a coalition, which is not very normal. But in every, I would say, animal kingdom, you'll always get something that is different. And I'm keeping my plants alive by trying to look for some lions, because we had seen some here. So I'm going to stop here for a couple of minutes and get my far lookers and find if those lions could still be in this area.
Welcome back again, everyone. As you can see, we like kind of losing our cheetah, but she just stood up and walked. And like I said earlier, she might trying to find a nice shade. She just right behind this small bushes there, but there is a nice open patch there as well. And we did notice she has a full belly. It looks like she might be pregnant or had something already, probably like yesterday afternoon if she did. But I guess she's pregnant. We will slowly come around, trying to reposition that side, trying to get her. Batalia, all over Africa. You can find a cheetah all over Africa. Batalia. So we're trying to reposition here and see if we're going to get a better view. Okay. How's that? Yeah, she looks like she's more comfortable there now, where she's lying. I think that's the best spot. As you can see, there we go. She's right here under the shade, and yeah, she looks like she's gonna hang around for the day, because she doesn't really have to worry about hunting, and her bellies look very full. I wish you'd see when she was walking. Emily, from a Daika to like Impala size, what the animals we have around here, like because we have so many in Ngala here. They will go for female Ngala, and most of Impala, even Impala ram, she can go for Impala ram. Yeah, anything smaller than the Impala ram, they'll go for it. Emily. size of her belly. That shows she's had something. But I still think she might be pregnant, that one. I got no idea which way she come. I think she come from the north. Wow, look at it stretching out, getting more comfortable with itself. Yeah, she decided to be in a nice open area where she can able to avoid any danger that's coming around where she is, which is a very clever idea. Yeah, because it's very sad. Yeah, because it's very sad to lose our cheetah by killing other predators. So we'll just here and sit and wait to see what's going to happen.
Well done for the cheetah, and it's quite some time since I saw cheetah here in the Masai Mara, which I'm thinking the next 2 days I'll be working for nothing but the cheetah. But I'm full of joy now because all what I wanted to do when I started the drive was to spot a lion. I wasn't sure whether I want to see a lioness or a lion, but we've got a huge male here that is just sleepy. And it belongs to the coalition of the Triangle Boys. I cannot be able to tell who it is right now, but it could either be Fang or Halftail, one of those two. Fang or Halftail, because this is their territory. Sleeping facing the bush. Jessica, I am planning to go look for the STPs, or the Sausage Tree Pride. And Jessica, you know how I love those cats. And we have been having massive rains in that particular area, and the roads or the infrastructure was torn apart by the long rains. Not these short rains we're having now, the long rains that we were having in March, April, and May, coming to June. And the authorities are working on those areas to improve the infrastructure. And once that's done, Jessica, just stay tuned with us, and we'll give you the news of how that pride is doing. The pride around this area, where I am now, is called the Olololo Pride. And this is one of the males in that pride. I'm just guessing this could be Halftail. I can't tell for sure, because I need him to flick the tail, and I could say 100% whether it's Halftail or Fang. There used to be 3, and either one left this coalition and went to venture in a different territory. I'm not sure whether he was accepted in the new coalition, but we do not know of his status currently. Good morning, Sam. I'll give him, 3 more minutes? He's not up. I will leave him, maybe swing by here and find out who this exactly is.
Well, good morning and welcome to South Africa. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve, and good morning from Princess Tlalamba, coming to you here from the northeastern regions of Djuma. Hello, everybody. My name is Steve, and I'm joined, as always, by BK on camera. We're very excited to have you with us. And, well, we've managed to track down female leopard, and she is flat here in the grass and not far away. She has got an impala carcass that is not in the tree. It is on the ground. We'll show it to you in a little while. She's lying probably 30-odd meters away from it. She has not hoisted it. So she does run the risk of losing it. And it's why she's not sitting close by. Because if any animal arrived, a male leopard, a lion, or hyena, and she's being very aware of that, then they would steal the carcass that goes straight to the meat. She's looking towards it now, and she'd be able to escape. she'd be able to escape. Leopards are quite vulnerable if they're on the ground. Oh, everyone's so happy to see us. Well, it's nice to be on the show, everybody. And isn't she a gorgeous young cat? She's going to be 3 years old in November. I can't believe it. I've seen her from almost the beginning, her upbringing.
Leopards are usually mobbed.
Now, leopards, for the most part, everybody will take their meat and kills up a tree. It's just what they do. That doesn't always happen, and 9 times out of 10, if they don't take it up the tree, they lose it, because hyena are very good at picking up on the smell of a dead animal. And I wouldn't be surprised this morning while we are here that another predator will arrive. She might be lucky though, but the reason for hoisting is that they can eat at their leisure over a period of days. But having kill on the ground is not ideal for her. Yes, everyone is saying she's saving it for Tingana, her dad. Maybe he doesn't like to climb trees anymore, and so she's decided that's the best option. Now, there's a couple of options here, really, is because in this area, the closest tall tree from us is almost 180 to 100 meters. It's possible she just decided it was too heavy to carry. You see, it's quite open here. None of these little trees are suitable. Can you see the kill, BK? Just under the tree over there. A little bit more left. Left. Yeah, there it is there. Left. There you go. There it is, middle shot. There is the impala. She's covered it in a bit of grass, but it's on the ground. I can't tell if it's male or female, but she's going to be very vigilant. Anybody could come and surprise her, so that's why she's got her head up and she's lying away from it. Young leopards like this actually will quite often also spend time away from their kill, even if it's in the tree. In case of male leopards arriving, she doesn't want to be surprised or caught on the kill. But it's not impossible to find her lying on it and using it as a pillow as well, which we've seen before. Such a beautiful young lady.
What they do normally is they cover the carcass with some vegetation, to block the red part.
Okay, she's going to go show us where it is. We might hear the sounds of other vehicles. Everybody, we are not alone. I'm actually going to move up in a second. BK, is that all right with you? Okay, she's probably going to, she's going to start feeding some more. Actually, we're in a good spot. Or she's going to pick it up and drag it. She might have decided. You know, they do suddenly decide things. Or she might be hungry. What are you going to do, princess? We're going to just move forward, everybody. She's going to lie down on the other side. It looks like a decent size impala. That she has completely covered. How's that, BK? Is that right? She's completely covered it with grass. I can't tell you if it's a male or female. I cannot see the head right now. But she's eaten a fair amount of it. It looks like it's probably a Oh, I don't know. She's eaten a lot of it, everybody. And covered it with vegetation. The stomach hasn't yet popped open, which is often what leads hyenas here. The smell of stomach is a very strong, pungent smell. Francesca, I think she's bigger than Thandi, to be honest. But, it's very hard to get these ladies to step onto a scale, you see. I think she's a little bit bigger than Thandi, which would make her a bit heavier. But it's really hard to say. I haven't seen the two of them right next to each other for some time, but she does have slightly bigger feet. So slightly bigger. There's the stomach, that whole big white thing there. She's done a very good job not to break it. As soon as that stomach breaks... the smell can be quite overwhelming. It's exactly the sort of smell that hyenas like to pick up on. Now, everybody, this is nature. Leopards are predators. They kill quietly and often very quickly. And this animal is going to sustain her. So it might seem a bit gruesome sometimes to see this sort of thing, but impalas live out here. They live a very free life, and they're constantly under pressure from predators. And leopard are very good at catching them, but yet impala also, for the most part, are very good at getting away.
Jumbo, welcome back to the river, and I have one hippo. There is more we're gonna share, but that guy is facing upstream, and I've just been asking myself lots of questions because you have refused to ask me questions. Now I'm asking myself, now because this hippo cannot stay out of water in the heat of the day because it will get sunburn. Well, it can stay in the water when it's cold. It's got lots of fat to insulate it so it doesn't get hypothermia, get cold and die. I'm asking myself, does anyone know the body temperature of a hippo in water? That's what is going on around my head right now. It's rather interesting. When they're outside, they have what they call blood sweat, which acts like sunblock, prevents them from getting sunburn. But in the water, it is different. This water is really cold. It was a cold night. Yeah, just thinking, my brain giving itself. I see. You ask me what is temperature of the river. In fact, I don't know, because I haven't gone to measure. I don't know. I wish I had a thermometer and I went there and measured, but I don't know. I cannot lie to you. But it is cold. It's I would give it less than 15 degrees. I would give it maybe 10 degrees. That's the kind of how cold it is. And I've never, had a bath in it. And yeah, it looks very cold. It has been cold. It's very cold. So I don't know actually how cold it is, but just thinking about the hippos. Yes, the river is raging still. I'm loving the sound. No visitors have visited me yet. All the residents are still in the water. I'm hoping they're gonna, decide to come out onto their usual beach across the other side. They seem to be scattered around this area for some reason. Maybe they're still taking their roll call, making sure that everybody is back in the water. And then they're gonna go into the bank. It's rather interesting because I thought when it's this cool, they will go, out into the open and graze more. So I'm hoping, to see them go out and graze because it's cool. I'm hoping something comes by so we can have something change of topic slightly, but I'm having a very good time here at the river.
Welcome back, everybody. He's picked up her impala, very awkwardly dragged it 15 meters or so underneath a bush. Now, what this will do, being under this bush, is it'll prevent birds of prey like bateleur, tawny eagles and vultures seeing it. They can quite often be an attractor for predators. Hyenas and lion will both follow. Now she's going to just cover it a little bit more. She doesn't mind a bit of dirt and sand in her food. You might hear other people speaking, everybody. We are in a rotational sighting, game viewing. People come from all over the world to see these. So it's very important. The longer she can keep this meal, the better it is for her. Leopards do hunt small prey like scrub hare and birds that they can eat immediately, but they also benefit very highly from catching larger prey, which they can eat at their leisure over a period of days. It's the advantage they have over cheetah, in that they have a very similar prey range. Cheetah will also feed on animals the size of impala, but they almost all the time lose it to larger predators because they don't have the potential or the strength to protect it from them, and they aren't able to take them up trees. So there's a huge benefit and energy saving in being able to hold on to this carcass. That's why she's doing a lot of this burying right now, to try and disguise it from the air, try and cover the smell. Because she's quite full. She's not actually hungry. Baron, she could do that. She could easily tear a leg off and stick it in a tree. She wants all of it, though. She wants everything. But she's just weighing up the energy that it costs to drag this to a tree further away. And she's thinking it's much easier to just do this. But leopards learn. She's still a young cat. She's learnt very, very well to put her kills up trees, and she'll learn more and more and more that by having them on the ground like this is definitely not the most successful route if you want to hold on to your breakfast.
Well, that leopard is important that the kill is covered, and it will protect it from there would be other predators like hyenas. But here we have a lioness that's trying to look for a kill. She is definitely looking for something to eat this morning. And I'm happy now I've got in my dream that I wanted to see some lions today. Having seen the sleepy male, now I got 3 lionesses here that seem to be wanting to hunt. Currently, we want to show you this one that's on the frame that we think is the lead of the other 2. And what they're looking at, from what I've seen from a distance, were some toppies. This is the Ololo pride, one of the largest prides that we have around this area, after my sausage tree pride. See how focused she is. Now, Emily, this pride, it depends on the area, and the Mara is so huge. If I'm looking at the Oloro pride where we are now, and the sausage tree pride, I would say, give or take, we are over 50 kilometers away from where the other pride is. And we got one lioness on the road there, Bungay. And the Mara have enough room for so many prides. We've got about 10 prides in the Mara, Emily, and each one of them have its own space. Now, we've got one lioness that has come on the road of the 3 I was talking about. She was initially running. And so we've got other friends of ours there who are also watching these lionesses. And we got some lapwings there, not very happy with this lioness. That's the wattled lapwing. Lions have been known once in a while to go for anything they can catch, including birds like this, and guinea hens too, or guinea fowls. by the road. And she looks very light. And these birds here are not very happy. Not sure what they're watching. The toppies from the one side so are quite a distance from here. And now we have 4 lionesses from 3 now. There are 4 in total. I'm not sure what they're trying to corner. At that area, it is something they can see, but you can hear the lapwings are quite alarming. Not sure they're getting scared by these lionesses, or they're just alarming, which is normal for birds to do. Let's see where they're going and where they're leading into. Have they seen a warthog, maybe? Let's find out. That could be a reedbuck that has taken off there. And I highly doubt they would be able to catch a reedbuck. They're very fast antelopes. And they run very quickly, and if need be, you see them running another reedbuck. See how they jump? So 2 reedbucks there. It's got the boreholes reedbuck they have taken off, and most likely that's what they were aiming at. They need to get something bigger that they can match with speed or in their speed. But the reedbucks, I highly doubt they could catch up with them. They're too fast and too swift by their small size. And you see them jumping in the air as they take off. Now let's see if there's anything else they're going to smoke out in that particular area. And the only other thing I would guess would either be a warthog from a den, and not the toppies that I was seeing before. So we're going to move forward a little bit and get close to them and find out exactly what they're doing. But they have disappeared in that small little depression. Let's just go a little closer. And we'll definitely let you know what's happening right here.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, Kalamba has gone and covered her impala completely. Now she's walking. Probably acquired quite a thirst being out the whole evening. Now she's going to head towards Bufosuk watering hole. I would suggest the direction she's heading to go and have a drink. Now, leopards can get a lot of their moisture from the blood of the animals that they eat, but they will drink if water is available. So now she runs the risk of leaving that impala there undefended. Now, we have a little bit of a quiz for all of you while we wait and watch Kalamba move off. We're going to follow her shortly. Now, that was a female impala. And now, why didn't she drag it to a tree? I wonder if any of you can give us an answer. How heavy is your average female impala? Kilograms or pounds? Let us know. Why did she not drag it to a tree? Surely she should have just quickly ran and jumped up the tree. Let us know through hashtag CG10, hashtag WildEarth. Obviously, it's a bit of a range in the value, but let's see what you can come up with.
Well, my lionesses were not very successful, but they have every reason to groom each other, to show their togetherness, bond, and say, we are going to try next time. Just listen to them for a couple of seconds. I'm assuming all those are good mornings from the 4 girls. And they're all saying to each other, Jumbo, Jumbo, Jumbo. We are strong, we'll be out again. And this is very typical for cats and most of the lions. So 50, you're asking, which is the largest pride in the Mara of lions? I'll tell you without any doubt, it's this particular one here. And this is the Olololo pride. And the Olololos are about 18. That is all the girls and all the youngsters, without counting the males. I'm talking about the coalition, and they're closely followed by my favorite pride, the sausage tree pride. Currently, they're all scattered, and this is the largest pride I've seen in the last few weeks of 4 females together. But the Olololos are the largest and biggest pride in the Mara Triangle. I want to have a date one of these days with the sausage tree pride because one of my friends told me Kingtail could have gotten new cubs, and if that's the case, then they could be catching up with this pride in terms of numbers. I'm really enjoying how these lionesses are grooming each other. To me, they look in good shape. As much as they have missed the toppies and the redbacks they wanted to hunt, they still look in very good shape to me. Could be happy to see them stand and maybe investigate their bellies and find out if any of them could be pregnant or all of them. Look at that. The most social cats we got in Africa. That's very, very cute. Maybe I'll have a chance to see them at a glance and find out if there are any circle marks. The one standing now looks a little lighter than the other 3. Genetically, that will happen once in a while, but it's not anywhere close to the white lions or lionesses we would see in South Africa. Sometimes yawning is very synchronized, and lionesses synchronize a lot of things, including suckling. Sometimes they drop down their litters at the same time, with a gap sometimes of a day or 2. And many times we always confuse their cubs. Look on the ear. The left ear of that particular lioness there seems to have been cut and tattered a little bit. Also, to got a tick somehow on the shoulder. We'll spend a few more minutes here and find out what these lionesses might do.
Thanks, Gigi. Well, welcome back to our leopard on Djuma. She's moved off probably 500 meters or so. She's found herself a very nice shady spot, a bit sandy underneath. It looks almost quite comfortable. Like she's made a bit of a bed for herself. Now she's probably going to spend some time here. I thought initially she was heading off to go and have a drink, but she's now in a safe spot away from the carcass. She can go back and eat at her leisure. It is a dangerous place to hang out, as I said before, because she could get caught there. So now she's moved far away from it. She hopes it's safe. She's probably resigned herself to the fact that she's eaten a fair amount of it, and if it does get stolen, well, it is what happens. So hopefully no one detects it. As the day wears on, the smell is not going to be emanating too badly, although it is going to start picking up some smell. Animals will only really start to find it later on in the evening. So I believe we've got some answers to the quiz. Barn, you reckon 75 kgs. Well, that's a good guess if we were looking at a male. A male impala can get up to probably about 76 in total. So females are a fair bit smaller than males. And it was definitely a female, but it was a fully grown female. Neva, 60 is close, but a little bit lighter than that. 60 is heavy. I reckon Kalamba probably weighs in the region of 45 to 50, maybe at the most. Ryden, that is pretty much in the middle. A female impala can get anywhere from 40 to 53 kilograms, so that's about 80 to 90 pounds, up to about 117, 120 pounds, which is pretty big if you think about it. Kalamba weighs less than the female, and she was able to move that carcass. It always amazes me. You wouldn't find a female leopard doing a very good job hoisting a male impala. It does happen from time to time, especially young males, but a fully grown male, the weight is just a bit too much, and it's a bit too much for them to take down. They do kill them from time to time, but they quite often lose that kill. So obviously the hunt would have happened, and she would have been a little bit too far away from the tree, and for her to drag that kill another 100 meters, the energy required was quite enormous. But one of the sad things, I suppose, about this time of year, especially with impala, is the female impala being quite heavily pregnant are more susceptible to being caught. And so many times females at a time of year are indeed pregnant. And so it's a youngster. So definitely you see peaks in males during the rutting season with regards to death. Peaks in the youngsters.
Welcome back again, everyone. We are still here with our lovely cheetah. As you can see, she just rolled over now, changing position. I'm not sure if you noticed that belly looks very full. That's why she keep on changing position, because she gets sometimes uncomfortable lying on her one side long time. So like she's now facing a direction, also helpful for her to adjust quite nicely. As you can see, she's not moving at all. It's just started getting a bit wind, just picking up a little bit, but not as much. So she actually looks like she's gonna just spend the day here. It's because it's nice and cool. She chose a nice shady into the nice open area. She can see if there's any danger that's coming around the area. She can be able to see miles away. Mouth is impossible. There's no chance. Way too big. Because even a lion have to think twice to take down a big buffalo. No chance. She's only for small prey. Mouth. Yeah, I can see the small jaws, and yeah, they just for small, easy prey for them. Like even a warthog, they find very difficult to catch a warthog, the cheetahs, because they don't have a strong jaws like a leopard, lions, hyenas. Yeah, that's just the first small thing for going straight to the throat. Just a beautiful animal. When you look at them like lying like that, it looks like it can easy. Actually lost, but not as many as you can think. There must be just estimate around lesser than 20 cheetah at the moment. Yeah, we don't have so many at the moment. The numbers coming up and down because of the other predators. Looks like she's changing direction, listening, because the wind starts picking up a little bit. She needs to make sure she can hear every single area if there's anything around. Look, she's very tired. There was some impala earlier in this area, but they moved away. She didn't get to see them. But I don't think she would try to do anything. If I look at that belly, the way she looks like, there's no chance for her to chase unless she's pregnant. Otherwise, yeah, it looks like she's gonna spend a day lying down like this area.
Welcome back. Sorry about any technical issues there before. We are here with the princess. I don't think she's going to go anywhere for now. Life of a leopard, everybody, is very simple. Once there's food and secured food, obviously her food isn't very secure, but she's got a full belly. So the only concern she has is staying cool, ensuring she's not surprised by a bigger predator of sorts, and to quench her thirst when the time arises. Other than that, her day is pretty much sorted. So the reason leopards will, many times, most of the time, will catch prey and hoist it so that they can eat it for days, because that means that for days they don't have to do anything apart from eat, move around, have some toilet stops, and then they maybe go and drink. So life can be quite simple like that. But if they don't hoist, like what she's done now, it's almost impossible to assume that she will have it after sunset this evening. So as soon as it starts to cool this evening, it's almost a certainty that a larger predator or another predator, namely hyena, will find it. It's not impossible that some birds of prey won't spot it as well. She's done her best to try and conceal it, which means that if she does lose it, she'll have to go on the move again. We rather like it when our leopards catch prey and put them up trees, because it means you're almost guaranteed a few afternoons, mornings with them. And down here in Djuma, the hyenas have definitely adapted to a behavior of following this individual, and many of our leopards around hoping to capitalize on their mistakes or on their inability to hoist due to the large trees being a little bit too far away. So many of you are really hoping that she's pregnant. Now, I don't know if it's actually been confirmed that she was mating or has been mating. Has anybody physically seen it? Now, there's been some speculation behind the fact that she might be mating, but I haven't come across any signs or heard anything. And if it is, who would it be? It would be most likely Mawati. There hasn't been a male leopard track around Djuma for 3 weeks, apart from Tingana, who came on and off. So if it has been Mawati, he's been very secretive in his movements. Very, very secretive. Those of you who don't know Mawati, he's a new member or a new leopard to the area who seems to be claiming the territory. Although I haven't seen him in some time, he's not a relaxed cat. You would not view him like this. Okay, so a lot of people are confirming there's been no confirmation. We can assume things, but without physically knowing and seeing, it's very hard to say. I don't really want to be thinking too deeply about this little girl mating just yet, because she's still such a little princess in my eyes. I've known her since she was a couple of months old and watched her grow and grow and grow, but she is approaching that time. She has been calling and she's been scent marking, which means she's advertising herself. Another successful leopard into the Djuma dynasty. Hello, Charger Blue. Leopards are susceptible to being attacked by lion and by other leopards. Any of the larger sort of herbivore animals, elephant and buffalo, will also have a go at a leopard if they can. But leopards generally get away from that sort of conflict. But any potential of her being on the ground like this, there's always the chance of a lion sneaking up. It's why leopards like to sleep in trees when they can, but also they are very vigilant. She might look like she's sleeping now, but the slightest movement in the grass will have her full attention. So cheetah have it a little bit worse off because leopard hunt cheetah. Leopard, for the most part, a male leopard's not really looking to kill a female leopard. There is conflict between leopards, which leads to quite aggressive interactions, but they're not really out to just kill each other. But a lion, they don't like competition, and they will kill any other predator that they can come across, be it a hyena, jackal, leopard, cheetah, even other lions. It comes down to it. And a female leopard this size, 50 odd, maybe we could say she's 50 kilograms. Female lioness, 130, 140. There's just no comparison in the weight category. So leopards do very well to avoid staying out of the way of lions. And they often do. They just hear them coming or smell them and then jump up trees. They can get much higher in the tree because of their weight and their agility. And it's why she won't, with a kill on the ground, won't sleep near it, because that kill is the reason there'll be competition. There's the primary reason for competition out here is food. And if a lion came across and it smelt that food, it would go straight for the meat. It would secondly go for the leopard. It wouldn't go for the leopard first. But if the leopard was too close, it could incur the wrath of the predator moving in to try and get the meat. But if the leopard's not there, it's a free-for-all, and the lion will just claim that meal and eat it.
Hello and welcome back, Jumbo Jumbo. I have just a handful of toppies. They've come from the other side. I didn't see them approach. I just saw them relocated, and here I am. I don't know what's on their mind, but they seem to be patrolling the other side. They have gone past the usual place they come down. I have seen them playing a very bad trick where they come down that rocky part there and come down. So I don't know if they are deciding to cross, but they are going to go off our side. But we are not going to miss. Oh, look at that tiny little one. I hope, Mama, you don't take your little one across, because she's got no chance with this current here. So they have gone out of our sight, but that's the crossing way up there. Yeah, that's the crossing. We're hoping that they're going. That's one of the crossing a long ways up there, but they have crossed in many places along this area. So I don't know where they're going to cross. We're very alert, looking up and down, me and James. Hopefully we'll spot them when they decide to come down, and we'll be able to position. Jakarta, good morning. We say Jumbo in Kenya. You ask, how long does the crossing season take? The crossing, I would say, doesn't have a season. The migration does have a season, but the crossing can be on and off, and especially in rainy days, it's very off. The moment there's a little bit of rain for some reason, I don't know if it's the effect of crossing the water and being rained on water that deters them from crossing, they don't cross. But once there is nice weather, hot, nice sunny sun, we do get crossings every about 2 weeks. On a very long time, we would get a crossing every about 2 weeks. But on a very good day, during the 3 months that the wildebeest are here with us in the Masai Mara, we can get a crossing almost every morning and afternoon. And in between, it is not programmed. They can do what they want, and we have seen crossings any time of day, Jakarta. Yes, I'm watching these toppies because now they're right behind me, and behind that there's a bush. I have to be very alert so that they don't come down. I've seen them come down a very tricky spot. What you see there is a Nile crocodile. And he's one of the owners of this water. When I say owners, he keeps everything that goes across on check. And I'm sure he's waiting maybe for his next meal, whatever it's going to be. So I'm staying alert, and hopefully something happens soon.
Well, those crocs, the way I know them, they have always brought down zebras and wildebeest. I haven't seen a croc actually bring down a toppy. Maybe there could be a possibility. My toppies here, they're not being waited for by crocodiles. They're being waited for by these lionesses, or the lionesses we saw earlier are waiting for those toppies. Now, funny, because they came out of the grass and right in the middle of the road. The plus for them, they still blend in very well on the road. I'm not sure they will cross to the other side of the road to go closer to the toppies, because to me, they are showing every sign to get themselves some breakfast of some sort. And again, for those of you who could be joining us now, this is the Olololo Pride. And remember, we are coming to you live from the Masai Mara. And should you have any questions or comments, please send them through. And you can tweet to us using hashtag CGTNWorld or hashtag WildEarth. I'm still convinced they're looking for breakfast. Jolly Whiskey, I'll tell you, lions are very territorial cats. All lions, and I'm talking of prides and the coalition of males. And what would happen? We have seen not once lions are being involved in very big fights. This particular pride here, sometimes last year, but one was involved in a very big fight with another pride that we call the riverbank, and apparently we lost 2 cubs from that fight. And that also would apply to the males. In the males coalition, should either of them try to encroach a different territory for another coalition, fights will always be there. Males will always defend their territories for mainly 2 reasons. Number 1, breeding, and of course making sure if there are any cubs in that particular pride, it is protected. Otherwise, new males, when they do a takeover, will always come and kill the cubs and of course take that territory. Females, no different. But I'll tell you, during the migration like now, when we have a lot of food, a lot of wildebeest, we have seen many prides of lions overlapping territories without issues. But once the food gets limited, they'll regroup and go back to their own territories. We'll give these lionesses a few more minutes and see exactly what they want to do.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning back here at Djuma Private Game Reserve. a bit cloudy, but it's beautiful. Hi everyone, my name is Andrew, Theo on camera. So we'll be talking a little bit about this animal, see what that giraffe does for us. So, looks beautiful male giraffe. It's a very interesting thing. When we see him from far from the distance, and we could just see the horn because he's right in the middle of the drainage line system and browsing. Look at his size. Usually it would be about 5.5 meter tall male.
Sorry about that, everybody. Technical issues. You're back with us. So, I don't know how many of you get water from anywhere. We've got in our camp these water containers that are 25 litres each. They're quite heavy. You know, most people struggle to carry one, let alone two. Now, we're trying to just put into perspective for you that a female impala weighs 2 of those. And if you try to put that in your mouth and drag it along the floor and then try to climb up a tree with that using your nails, it's not an easy thing to do. Really not an easy thing to do. It puts into much better perspective when you can think about weight in that regard. 25 litres, 25 kilograms, 2 of those in your mouth, dragging along the floor, then up a tree. And it's dead weight as well. Impala's flopping all over the place, the legs dangling out the side. So pound for pound, everybody, leopard are the strongest cat. And we know lions are very strong. They're designed for being very powerful. But a lion has never evolved to carry anything up a tree, to physically use its strength to grab something and pull it up the tree. Oh, Kalamba, you're beautiful. And that's why leopard outcompete cheetah, because they're much more powerful bone structure. They can launch themselves out of trees. They're very physical. And the strength to take something equivalent to their own body weight, even heavier than themselves, up a tree. I used to know a male leopard who used to take a female waterbuck up the tree, and that was 1.5, almost 2 times his weight. Don't know how he did it, but we found them a couple of times up the tree, and they certainly didn't climb there themselves. So it's called hoisting. And you hear quite often on game drives, if someone finds a leopard with a kill hoisted up a tree, it's a much more reliable sighting than one if the leopard is walking, because a leopard just walking is quite hard sometimes to stay with. But one that's sleeping like this, well, not too difficult to stay with, unless she gets up and moves. I don't think she's going anywhere right now. Now you'll notice that her belly is moving quite a bit. You see that, BK? So the belly looks like it's pumping there, and that's because she's eaten. And when the tummy is full, it pushes on the diaphragm, which actually decreases the capacity of the lungs. So they seem like they're breathing very deeply, but actually it's shallow breathing because of the lack of space. Everyone's considering the power of the teeth and the jaws. Yes, indeed. Can you imagine? I mean, just imagine pulling yourself along the floor with the gravity pushing your weight down. So most of your weight is on the floor, and try and pull yourself along the ground using your nails. Now, the leopard's picking their entire body weight up the tree, plus that of an animal equivalent to themselves, using their nails and their teeth.
Welcome back. Sorry about that. We still got our giraffe. He hasn't changed this position. He's still static, feeding. So when we get interrupted, I was talking about toxic tree, which is a tamboti, a tree out here, highly toxic for many others, human and the other animals that they don't actually browse. But we've seen a giraffe feeding on this type of a bush, as you can see right now, and there's no problem about that.
Well, we don't have the tamboti trees in the Masai Mara, but we got other different species of trees here, and our main trees being the balanites and the bosque trees, and some trees that we call the comfort trees. Now, our lions are still on the road, and if you look carefully, the direction they're heading to, you can see their plans. The toppies took off, the boreholes reed back took off, but you got zebras who I do not think are aware that these cats are this close. As I said earlier, they blend in very well as they walk, and my guess is they're heading towards those zebras. And I'm really enjoying how Bungay, who is on the camera this morning, is filming these animals, having the lionesses and the zebras together on the frame. And the light lioness, to me, seems to be the pathfinder here. She seems like she is making all the important decisions. See how they stop. And most important, they're in touch. Look at the tail of one of them and look at the movement of that tail. To me, it's all communication between the four females. And one lioness keeps walking, followed by another. Two have stopped. I think they want to come out with a strategy where maybe one may go in front, round them off, or round the zebras off, and then maybe chase them towards the two waiting ones. Maybe. I mean, we're yet to see what they're planning. They could have a different strategy. That's my own strategy. And just like you, myself and Bungay, we are on the edges of a steering wheel and Bungay on the camera. There they are, moving a little closer. One big advantage the lionesses got is how they blend in the grass. I would say 0 knots in terms of wind. The air is quite still. And especially after the rains we had last night and this morning. Look at the light lioness. See her moves. We not want to interfere with the hunt, but maybe at one point we might want to go a little closer. See how she's crouching? It's very typical for cats. And I'm looking at that body posture, body language. I like it more with the leopards than the lions. How you see leopards disappearing in the grass and they're still moving, and you see like they're not even there. Lions being a little bit bigger in size, we can spot them from a distance. Bungay, would you want us to move a few meters a little closer, or are you happy there? Just a few meters. We don't want to interfere with this hunt, but there'll be no harm moving just a little closer. They're quite far away from where they are. We'll give them their space and not interfere with the hunt. We don't like to give anybody an advantage. And this will be a highlight for me this morning. I really wanted to see the lions, which is so, but I didn't expect to see a hunt. But first stop here and be off the road, and hopefully nobody's going to come behind me and want to pass. I'm going to stop every other vehicle that will come behind me and tell them we're going to hunt here. So I'm going to watch from here. But if you look at them, I think all the plans have been made. It's just now maybe to execute the final plan. That gate you see there is called Olololo Gate. Unfortunately, there's a car coming on the other end. I don't think he has an idea of what's happening here. It's not his fault, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, he stops right in the middle of that hunt. Hopefully someone should just tell him to keep driving away. One of the lionesses is laid flat in the grass there. And the other three are on the left. One of them is crouching. You see the one to the right of that car? Look at that one there. Very still. Moving very slowly. She got very good cover of the grass. And as I said earlier, my strategy was maybe one of them will approach the zebras and make them move in a particular direction where the other three could be waiting in ambush. Lionesses take the time before they commit to go for the hunt. Let's just wait and see. But all the four got enough cover from where they are. Either the grass or blending in on the road. Either the zebras can smell them. I can hear a bit of alarm calling from the zebras. But I do not think they have seen them. Something out of some intuition of some sort. But I don't think they have seen them at all. Just sitting on my edge also, on the steering wheel. Zebras, can you see the lions really? I highly doubt. If they... Can you hear that? Yeah, either it could have been given away, not sure by what. But of course the zebras are much higher. And I think these particular two have seen this lioness. That's my guess. And you can tell from the way they're looking, they can see some danger. 30% is the success story. So they always have to keep trying again and again. I'll still continue spending more time here with these lionesses, and hopefully this time they might be lucky.
So we have a little treat for everyone this morning. So one of the other rangers that was driving found some animals. Now, I'm just going to reposition the vehicle so you can see. But right here should be good. There we go. There's actually a few around the bush. But let's see if our viewers can spot it from here before we even move in. There we go. You'll probably see the big round cup-like ears just picking their heads up out of the grass. So what we're actually looking at is the African wild dogs. There's a few youngsters around at the moment, and there were some vultures that were landing not too far from them. So the youngsters got up and started chasing the vultures, and eventually some of them just came back and they decided to lie down in the shade. What I would love to do is from our angle now, oh, look at them getting up. So I'm just trying to have a look and see how many are around. Now, there is one puppy that is moving closer. And what they might even do is, so because of the area that they're in, you can see their bellies are pretty full, so they might have had something to eat. Went down to the water yesterday to drink, and then eventually came back into this open area. And this is where they're going to probably settle for the majority of the day. Now there's a hooded vulture that just landed at the back. Now, the hooded vultures would often follow the wild dogs, of course, if there's any scraps that they can go and feed off, but also they feed off the scat of these wild dogs. So you can see whenever wild dogs are in the area, these vultures will follow them. But what's funny is that when the pups see them, of course, they can't help themselves but to try and chase those vultures. So we'll see, once they get too close, you'll see the puppies getting up and hopefully start chasing them. Little, I agree with you. Just look at those massive cup-like ears, and just like by having those big ears, just so that they can hear and listen out to any noises. And they also often, because they occur in a lot of open areas, you can see how whenever they do hear something or something would be moving, that they are able to pick up those noises. So I was just looking at, there's a vulture at the back that is moving closer towards the road. So I'm just seeing if there's any puppy that would be interested in having a bit of a vulture chase this morning. But it's amazing that all of them are scattered. So there's a few, you see that green bush on the left of the screen there, there's a few. You might just notice the ears there, some on the right, and some closer towards us. But they're very well hidden. I mean, you can easily drive past here without noticing them if they didn't move. Sassy Cassie, I'm not sure. I'm sure if the youngsters would catch it, which would be very unlikely, the chances are it would probably be more out of curiosity, but they'll probably try and eat it, but it's not a preference. Even with the adults, I don't know if there's even any record of them being able to catch a vulture. I know something like jackals. It has occurred before where they would catch something like a vulture and then eat it. And I mean, a wild dog and jackal often follow the same type of diet. So maybe there's a good chance that if they do catch one, especially if they are hungry, that they might feed off of it. There are some of them have just lowered their heads now, and it might be just for them to conserve a bit of their energy. Of course, the youngsters a lot of energy, but they'll conserve it because it is warming up. You remember that one that walked across, its mouth was open, and often with dogs, whenever they open their mouth, it's often a sign that they're just probably quite warm.
Thanks, Nikki. It's all about energy conservation in the wild. Animals don't do unnecessary things. Everything they do has got a cost. And Kalahari has turned around to make her life a little bit more comfortable. But she is going to be spending the next while exactly like this. That feeling you get after a massive meal. You just want to go lie on your bed because your body is requiring all the energy you have for digestion. Oh, Carol, that's a very tricky question. They're very difficult to put the word intelligence or smartness towards animals. I think all animals are incredibly intelligent. Some rely more heavily on instinct. I think between leopard, cheetah, and lion, I think all three are quite equivalently, very similarly sort of placed. They're very good at smelling out food. They're very good at hunting. They're very good at social communication. They're very good at survival. It's very hard to put them on a sort of who is smarter than who level. Definitely have enormous amounts of instinct between the three species. They go by memory, instinct, and whatever drivers happen in their day. When it's time to sleep, they sleep. When it's time to eat, they eat. When it's time to hunt, they go off to hunt. So those are all, and survival kicks in, survival instinct kicks in. I think we ourselves have got an enormous amount of survival instinct or instincts in us that sometimes we don't always listen to. But living out in the wild, animals, all they've got to go by is their wits. And that's what's put them where they are, out in nature. Obviously, leopards are very adaptable and they're able to survive in areas that lions wouldn't be able to. Cheetah as well. When it comes to pressure and habitat loss, leopards somehow manage to still do very, very well. Whether that's a smart thing or whether it's an adaptability thing, it's very hard to really say. But leopards are very elusive. They're able to climb and evade. And there are areas in the world, namely in India and places in South Africa, where leopards survive very close to humans, almost without being seen at all. It's very hard for lion and cheetah to do that. But this individual here is thinking about nothing right now, everybody. She might be counting impala lambs as she dozes in the shade of this wonderful tree. We're going to spend some more time with her. Maybe she gets up and goes for a drink.
Welcome back, everyone, again. We are still here with our lovely cheetah. As you could see now, she's up and scanning around. Because of the wind, she just started picking up a little bit, and she felt a bit more uncomfortable to be in this area like that, but she's like checking around. But there, she's just sitting up for now, listening and checking everywhere, just to make sure she's still in a safe place. Like, never say never. As we can mention earlier, the bellies look very full, but not sure if because of the pregnancy or just been well fed, whatever she caught. But yeah, only way we can able to tell if there's anything come around into the area. If she start hunting, then we know it's just because she must be pregnant. But looks like she's gonna settle down. There we go. She just lie down now. Yeah, just the wind is picking up a bit. She will be a bit more checking, listening, keeping herself in a safe place. Yeah, she lost her interest. She looked like she was just listening and checking around. I know you won't be able to see from where we are because of the bushes are everywhere around here. Further up, there was some impala standing up. She didn't really pick up any visual of those because there's so much bush in the area. Otherwise, yeah, she looks like she's just sitting down for now and checking around, listening. Yeah, because that's what the cheetah have to be in a very good place, because she knows any of these other animals come around to her, like lions, leopard, even a hyena, they can easily kill her. Just that for actually control a number of other predators, because they don't like the other predators. They can kill so many, disturbing everything around. Well, as you can see, she just settled down a bit. We'll just sit here and wait, see if there's any changes.
Notice how this puppy, remember we spoke earlier about it with the mouth open, panting, so you can see it is warming up quite a bit now. There are also quite a few vultures in the area, and there's a hooded vulture that is moving closer and closer. But what I want to do is, while we're waiting to see if there's any interaction, we just want to show you a bit more about the social dynamics, especially of these wild dogs.
This is the African wild dog. Much like wolves, they live in packs led by an alpha pair. They are confident, fierce predators. Their big ears are always perked up, picking up on the quietest of sounds. Their lean build means they move quickly, ducking and diving after potential prey. Research shows that wild dogs hunt in a haphazard fashion, but they eat far more per chase than most other predators. Once they secure a meal, wild dogs tear their prey to pieces in a seemingly vicious manner. Their indiscreet manner of eating often attracts unwanted attention. But wild dogs are defensive and will do all they can to keep their hard-earned meal. They may be cute, but this endangered species is a wilderness force to be reckoned with.
So remember earlier we said we wanted to see those youngsters, especially now after learning a little bit more about their dynamics. See the youngsters chase that vulture now. Just before the end of what we were talking about, one of the pups gave the vulture a fright and it moved up into the tree. So now we'll have to wait again and see if that vulture will come down onto the ground again. But it was basically the one that you can see there. Just notice the ears. And the other one just off to the right, fast asleep in the shade of the tree. And for them also, even though they are very energetic and they move quite a bit, whenever it's warm like this, they need to conserve that energy. So they'll lie down in quite nice, dense thickets or a bit of shade, but it still needs to be in an area where there's a nice open clearing so the adults can still make sure that there's no other predators around.
Well, wild dog puppies. Beautiful, beautiful to see them. Now, look at that raptor there, or that bird of prey. I would guess it has been rained on. I don't know where these birds go when it rains, and I think most of them will get rained on, and then they get their wings out, just shake the water out. But I've got a small quiz for you this morning. I guess this is a Monday morning, maybe it's a Monday morning, I guess. And the question will be, what raptor do you think that is? What bird of prey do you think that is? Tweet hashtag #CGTNWorld or hashtag WildEarth. Who do you think that is? She's definitely looking behind downwards and waiting to see for any rodents that maybe would be moving. But you can tell her feathers are cooled, or rather they're tucked together because of the rains from last night and this morning. I'm not sure those are swift flying out there. But who do you think this is? I'm sure we have seen her before, but she may look a little bit different because of the condition of her feathers now. A little bit overcast. And as usual, because, you know, I like giving clues, I'll give you a clue and I say it is a buzzard. I hope that helps. It is a buzzard. Which buzzard do you think this is? They'll eat rats, mice, insects, anything they can catch for themselves. Consult Detective says African hawk eagle. Pretty good try, pretty good try. Keep trying. It's not the African hawk eagle. It's not the African hawk eagle, and it's not the Jimjajin, not the African hairy hawk either. But keep trying. Look on the breast. See the white on the breast. The beak slightly curved. Look at the primary feathers and the secondary feathers. See the dark and a bit of white patch. And how she's patched right at the very tip and like staying 180 degrees. Jonathan, you're saying a Battlier eagle? Not quite. Battlier eagle, not quite. But not a bad try, Jonathan. Well done. Keep trying. Keep trying. Which eagle, or rather, which buzzard do you think this is? I already gave it halfway away by saying it is a buzzard. And I'm sure I can feel the answers coming very soon. Peter says it's an ogre buzzard. Very well done, correct, 100%. If I'm not wrong, you are right. And this is an ogre buzzard. Very well done. And she's, I would guess, waiting to warm up and keeping looking under to see if in the grass anything would be moving. Very well done. Right, time to move on and find out what else I can get for you. The lions didn't do much, and they went some under bushes and they slept. So I think they gave up the plan of hunting now until maybe later in the afternoon. Not sure whether that vehicle that came and passed there spoiled the plan and gave away the lions, because we had the toppies and the zebras alarming very much, I guess. But an afternoon will be another moment for them to try get some food. All right, let's see what the road ahead has for all of us.
Hello and welcome back to the river. The trees have made a very big circle and we're heading back to the river now. I don't know what's going to happen. I just have to hope that they do cross and everybody succeeds to go across. The river is slightly higher, so it can be tricky, but they look like the main reason here is to cross, because if they wanted to drink, there is plenty of water across the other side, because we've had lots of rain since yesterday. So definitely it is crossing that they need. They want to catch up maybe with the others that have gone ahead. They don't know that there's still quite a good number back there. This is the topi. It's an antelope found in Tanzania, Kenya, not very many other places, and also it participates in the annual migration of wildebeest, and they amount to around 20,000 during the migration. We do get a few left once the most have gone back to the Serengeti, and I think these ones don't want to stay in Kenya. They want to go back to the Serengeti. When I talk about Serengeti, I'm talking about Tanzania. It's the other side of the Mara, because the borders were marked. So it is called the Serengeti. They go there and spend most of the rest of the year back there, only coming here for a few months to, utilize all the grass that usually is in abundance up here. Looks like there is a leader, and he is very determined to find a crossing. I don't know where he is headed. It might be tricky because there is two monster crocodiles, and those ones won't allow them to cross, so they will have to choose from where they are backwards. But who am I to decide anything for them? They already have made a decision they want to cross. I cannot interfere on where they want to cross. That is a very ambitious mom with that tiny little one. You can tell he's still wobbly. Yeah. Jonathan, did you say can a car cross the crossing? No, it can't. Oh, sorry, you asked if the baby can survive the crossing. There is zero chances of it survive. There is zero chance. Even without a crocodile taking it, the current is too strong for the little guy. So it is a sort of a suicide mission for the little guy. But the mom really wants maybe to get across with the little guy, but it is suicidal, very suicidal. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. I cannot say anything, but definitely it's not going to make it. Yeah, over there, I don't know if they're able to come down to that little rocky area. Let's wait and see. They have moved further down. Where they are headed, there is a crocodile. I don't know. Let's wait and see. I don't know. We cannot see the crocodile from here, but we'll be able to, get to that when they get down to the river. Let's wait and see. They are being very careful, looking across, making sure where they exit on this side is okay. That's what I think they're checking. Yeah, that's where they want to go down. And over there somewhere was a very big crocodile. There were two of them. Yes, are they still there? Yes, there they are. They're back to back. There they are. Huge. They're two big crocodiles. And those ones will deter the toppies from going across. So let's wait and see what they decide. But I don't think they will go there because toppies are smarter, I would say, than wildebeest and zebra. And I have seen them make a decision once they find that there's crocodiles. They just turn back quite quickly. Yeah, they're still heading there. Okay, I'm just gonna wait here. Hopefully they get there and we'll share what they decide to do. Okay, let's wait and see what's going to happen. But you can tell that maybe the mother has taken the lead, and I think it's a wise decision because she needs to make a decision for her little one. And you can tell she's very, very alert. That raised head, ears pointed forwards, and like acting like a radar, the ears, that is being very alert and making sure that everything is all right. Yeah, that tiny little guy is out, I said about 4 days. Is he gonna get some milk? Okay, let's get a drink before we go. Something like that. Yeah, it's about 3-4 days, very, very young. Are you gonna get some milk? Yeah. Nah, Mom is not ready. I think she has thought twice about, going across. It's a wise decision, Mama. It's a wise decision because there's no chance the little guy will make it in these waters. I'm watching these guys, and if anything unfolds, I will be with you in a moment.
Good morning, and welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. Guys, my name is Maurits, and we are here with the rockstar meerkats. Something really interesting just happened. We've been waiting for them to wake up in the burrow just in front of David. We saw the tracks going in. But then while we're waiting for them, the wind is pumping quite a bit this morning, so it is a little cooler. And so we thought they might lie in for a little while longer. But while we were waiting for them, we actually had this one individual coming completely from a different direction. You can see he's stretching a bit now, he or she. I haven't actually seen whether it's male or female. I didn't want to disturb it and possibly have him or her going into a burrow system and then missing it. But what happened, Veronica, our meerkat habituator, told me that yesterday she saw the group chasing one of the group members chasing it off. Now it's difficult to say whether it was male or female, I think, because if it was male, they sometimes, move away, leave groups by themselves to go and join up with other groups. If it is a female, sometimes the alpha female decides, okay, no, there's too many females here now, and she might pose a threat to her. So then they actually chase her away, and then they have to go and form a new group of meerkats. But so this could be the individual that was chased yesterday that's now coming to see if they love him or her again. And he's just not looking at me. I'm going to walk around quickly and see if I can see the front part so that we can see whether it's male or female. But really, really interesting. I mean, this meerkat, we're going to be with you guys now again when they wake up, but you guys, as soon as we figure out what's going on, we'll let you know.
Okay, welcome back. And they have make it to the landing spot where they Yeah, they have made it to that point where they have to go down. There's those two crocodiles, remember? So let's wait and see what's going to happen. Are they looking at those big two crocodiles and thinking they are logs, or are they, do they know they are crocodiles? Let's see what's going to happen. If the crocodiles moves either to get deeper so that it's not noticed, it's going to be over. And if the topi decide that it's a log, then all of them will go. It's very exciting, but you can see the focus, all the eyes. Yeah, it looks at, how alert the one in front is. Yeah, who am I to say anything? I feel very bad for that mama in case they do decide to go. But this is nature's at its best, and there's nothing sometimes we can do. We just have to see how it unfolds. Yeah, they are thinking twice. Is the little guy thirsty? Is he gonna go down and try and have a drink? No, he's being careful also. Yeah, you can tell those toppies, the four, realize that there is something there that's not okay. Yeah, and something doesn't look very okay. They're telling each other, are those the things that eat us? Did they take Magdalene last time, or did they take Isaac last time? So I'm not going. Yes, that was, they decided. I'm sure they figured out those were not logs and they were crocodiles. That is sometimes why I like the toppies. They make wise decisions, and they know that that wasn't a log, it was a crocodile. Phew! Yeah, that was a very good one, a good move. But you can still see that it's not over. It's like, could we try the other crossing? Maybe they're absent. Maybe they're too cold and they died last night. And so we can cross. So you can tell, they're still looking at the river, but being very careful. I'm watching them, don't you worry.
If you look past this tail through, but don't stick here in this. Welcome back again. We have left giraffe, or bull giraffe, since he was not actually static there. He was moving around feeding early breakfast. Call that. Now, in this hole, we only see the tail, looks like a monitor lizard. By looking at their tail there, it looks like two of them. You can see the whole... Also, if you look past that tail through the wood itself, where the tail is swinging into, you're able to see a little bit of a glimpse of the whole body inside the hole. Looks like that hole, it's not properly whole, it's got a little crack in it. It is indeed a big creature out here. So they're just not near the water anyway. They are water monitor lizard. So they're probably aiming for a warmer until they move out of that to go search for their food. Remember, they can eat almost everything they can, such as millipede. Yeah, wow, it is. Looks like that tail, you would mistake it really, think maybe it's a snake, but it's not. Looks like it's trying to push it back or move it in, which I think they won't fit in that little hole. I'm not sure what's happening there. Maybe there's also male trying to disturb her or in that little hole. I know usually mating takes place near the water, but you never know. So who could hunt them when they're out of the water? It's the eagles. Marshall eagle will take the bigger one. Remember, length, it could be about nearly a meter long, that thing. And when they're inside the water, they would search for fish, just couldn't really copy the really question there. If you can repeat that again for me.
Are they venomous?
Corn huskers. Yeah, that's a good question, that. There's never been a record for a venomous monitor lizard, either this one or the rock monitor lizard. But of course, they can give a little bit of swollen wherever you get bitten, because remember, they have a bacteria probably. This is what would affect you, but I don't think you would die from them. It's just so that you remember they're one of the remain of dragon out here. So they're still kind of the same family, but they are a bacteria is a lot weaker than the previous. So yeah, they are not toxic, venomous. But of course, they have very hard skin, look like that there with this band.
Alrighty guys, so something really interesting over here. We have now actively identified this meerkat. as the alpha female of the rock stars. So, well, used to be alpha female. It's very possible that we all know that the beta female within this group is actually heavily pregnant. So it seems like this is the one that was kicked out yesterday. Possibly the beta female now getting to the point where she's either given birth last night or very close to doing so, and she knows that if she wants her babies to have a 100% of being accepted in the group, she needed to push out the alpha female. Now this happens, guys. I mean, for alpha females in a group of meerkats to be rotated from time to time is completely natural. I mean, obviously one alpha female will be dominant as long as she can, but she also gets old, and there is also younger females that will grow up and get stronger. They say the average for an alpha female to remain dominant, average time, is about 31 months. Now, okay, that's a bit specific. Obviously, that's the average that they use. So let's say around 3 years for a particular meerkat to be the dominant female in a group. And this is now taken over the entire Kalahari or wherever you'll find meerkats. So there's lots of groups being studied and all of that. But it does seem like she has a couple of bite marks, the alpha female as we know her. She's got a couple of bite marks. She just here where her tail attaches to her body. It's difficult to see, like specifically, we just see a little bit of swelling, and that's typically where you'll find the meerkats when they fight with each other, where they attack first. So it is very, very possible that she might have been dethroned by the beta female because she's getting close to giving birth. But also, you know, like I said, it is natural for them to rotate the roles. This particular female might not become alpha female again if she has been dethroned. It's difficult to really say, but like we mentioned earlier, she came from completely a different direction. So we'll have to see how these things pan out. It'll be interesting to see.
Have made a decision to come back. I don't know if it's time to cross or not, but they came back very hastily, and I thought it was going to happen. Then they arrived and looked down, and I think they remembered crocodile, and they decided, okay, we're not going to go. The crocodiles are right there, and that's a very big deterrent. It will deter anybody, even the bravest person, it will deter. Yes, so it is very tough, very hard for me to say anything until either they go back or they cross. What is going to happen right now, nobody knows. Remember, they don't need to cross. If they knew how to go all the way around, it takes much longer. It might take even 3 weeks to go around. So they prefer to cross right here and then land on this side. But once they land to the side I am in, they will have to cross the river again further down to go to the northern Serengeti. So it's actually even harder, and chances of them surviving goes down when they cross to this side. But they don't know that. Ava, very good thinking. If the mom could take the young one on its back, of course it cannot. Unlike us, humans, Homo sapiens, or primates, we can make decisions and see what is best and make decisions. They don't have the brain capacity to think that kind of thinking. For them, it's just the urge, and the decision is made there and there, and if they decide to go, they go. So, good thinking, but she cannot think that way. Even like an elephant thinks, like it will swim on the like the strong current side and put the young one on the other side. These animals don't think like that. Look at that female. Looks like she's really focused on those two crocodiles, and she's realized, you know, they are crocodiles. See that? She's even like taking a closer look. See how focused her eyes are? You know, she's realized, oh, these are not rocks, they are crocodiles. And looks like she's sniffing where they were lying. Looks like they were out. Yeah, she's confirming. Yes, it's crocodile. It's crocodile. She might take off from there. Yeah, she's smelling. Same time, not taking her eyes off those two crocodiles. If they do make a mistake and move, she'll be out of there like a, you know, like lightning. You see them, they're parked there. I'm sure they're so excited. Their hearts must be racing, you know, saying, oh, here comes another male. Yeah, they're already, I think, laughing inside. But the topies, no, they've seen them, and it is very risky to go across. So they are leaving. Remember, it's not over until they cross, because basically that's what they're really looking forward to do. They are looking forward to cross. So they have left, not very far. The decision hasn't been fully made to leave this section of the river. Yeah, she cannot believe it. Those two are crocodiles? Maybe she's not sure. I think she's not sure, so she's still trying to make sure they are crocodiles, but she hasn't confirmed. Well, I'm going to continue staying here because it's also interesting to see this kind of behaviors where the topies realize that that wasn't a log, it was a crocodile. It is not over, because I have seen that kind of behavior where they leave the river and then 2 minutes later they turn around. So I'm staying here, seeing what's their, to see what's their next move.
How incredible is this? So today at andBeyond in Ngala, it's not failing to deliver at all. So one of our other rangers spotted cheetah. Now it looks like a mother with 3 youngsters, and currently we're looking at the 3 youngsters, and we don't know if they've ever seen a vehicle, so we are keeping quite a bit of a distance away from them, just so that they can be a little bit more relaxed with us being around here. But you'll see the mom is just off to the left, lying down under shade, so she's pretty relaxed, but they not as much. And we know we are at a good distance, because if we look at those youngsters, they actually started falling asleep. So that means that they don't see us as any threat, or their behavior isn't influenced by us being here. And often with cheetah, like those wild dogs, they tend to hunt in the day when all the other predators are less likely to hunt. Just notice her mom sitting there where she can keep an eye on those youngsters. The youngsters, of course, if you look at the back of their head and their neck, you'll notice there's quite a bit of white on the back, and they have lost a lot of their black. Because normally when they're young, they look like these honey badgers with white over their back and then black over their belly. And then as they get older, they start losing it, and that normally starts happening from 5 months. So it's hard to judge because they are lying down in the grass, but if I had to say an age, probably be around maybe 5, 6, maybe even more months old. And they'll still stay with mom, depending on, even if they're male or female, they'll stay with mom at least until the age of 1.5 years before they'll all go their separate ways. And let's say all of them are females or males, they'll stick together for at least another year after mom left them. And then from there on, if they're males, they'll stick together for life. They form that coalition. But if they're all females, they'll venture off by themselves, find a new area, and hopefully one day be a mother as well. And often with cheetah, they are so hard to spot, especially in the tall grass. Animal life, they can run really quickly. Like, to give you an idea, with that mom, like if she had to run, of course we know she's the fastest land animal in the world and she can cover quite a bit of distance, but let's use an example to illustrate how fast these little ones would be. Now let's say suddenly there was a lion behind these cheetah. Now our distance So if we zoom all the way back, just to give you an idea, so from where they are until where we are now. Oh, there's the one getting up to go to mom. Let's just have a look before. So you can see they're very elegant. Now, in order to be one of the fastest animals in the world, they had to give up something, and that's size and strength. Because of that, they are very lean, elegant, and they can't really rely on strength in order to fight off anything. It's more speed. Yeah, that one's going down to mom. Now, at this age, they probably won't be suckling. They've probably just gone off suckling. There's a chance that they might still try to get something from mom, but they will be able to feed off, especially if mom makes a kill. But if, from where that mom is to us, it will probably be said to, I just want to quickly respond to this one ranger, because he also wants to see cheetah. Fred, make your way. I'm just quickly live. I'll respond soon. So I just wanted to let that ranger know, because they're also keen on coming to see those little cheetahs. But so from where we are to where that cheetah is, so if there would have been any danger, those little ones will be able to cover this distance in less than 4 seconds. Because it will take the mom almost just over 3 seconds to get to 110 kilometers an hour. So for those youngsters, they won't run 110, but they'll run really close to maybe even 70, 80 kilometers an hour. So that's really quick. But how's that for a family portrait of those cheetah? See the mom sitting up, cubs just staring over mum. They probably just moved a bit closer to get into the shade. See how mom is just looking around, carefully scanning. Based on her belly, I don't think she's made a kill this morning. And for her, she'll probably, especially with those youngsters around, she'll have to make a kill at least every second, third day, at least. But very majestic animal, just the way that she's sitting up and just scanning. These are not necessarily a hunt, but they will chase cheetah. I have seen it before, where there were cheetah in the area and the wild dogs came through and they would chase the cheetah. But normally the cheetah would outrun the wild dogs. But you never know. I mean, if there's a young cheetah around and they are surrounded by wild dogs, you just never know what the outcome's going to be. Often wild dogs would do that with leopard and chase leopard up into a tree, and then it looks like it's more for sport than actually just trying to hunt that leopard. However, with cheetah, I'm not sure. It's a very interesting question. I don't know if there's any behavior or anything ever recorded like that, but according to my knowledge, I've just never heard about that. So maybe if some of our viewers have heard it, seen it, maybe experienced it, I would love to know.
Welcome back, everyone. We've repositioned as our beautiful Kalamba repositioned, and she's not turned away again. She was facing us for a moment, but I think she's quite uncomfortable. Oh, he's yawning. Very uncomfortable with the full belly. Can't quite find her spot. There's not much shade available, but she's definitely found the nicest bit of shade at the moment. Yes, that's a good question. I mean, in the area we're in, last year, there was a female from the north called Luna, who's a little bit older and bigger than Kalamba. And she came in and actually was competing with Kalamba over some food. And I think James Hendry was here, and that's the first time he heard Kalamba calling. So it definitely would cause her to become... Oh, just heard the Battalier calling. Don't know if you heard that. Sounds like a chicken. A Battalier could find her meal, which would be a problem for her. She would definitely get quite aggressive. She'd get quite aggressive towards a Battalier, and she'd run towards her kill. So she definitely would, if she is now showing a lot of territorial behavior. See, she knows the Battalier is called now. She's going to go back. I'll try to find you the call. The Afrikaans name for Battalier is called a berghaan. So she knows Battalier is going to try and steal her food. If you listen to my mic. One more. Come on, play one more time. That is what we just heard. Now she's going to go back. Have we got space, PK? She's going to go back because she knows that Battalier is going to try to steal her food, or at least eat some of it. She cannot have that. So what she will do is she will become aggressive towards another female leopard. She might call, she might growl, she'll definitely scent mark and scrape the floor, which is what we've seen her just do now, but let's catch up with her and see exactly what she gets up to.
Alrighty guys, so still no other individuals out of the burrow yet. It's difficult to really say why that is the case. It could be that she gave birth and that's why she chased this one off, the beta female now. The wind is pumping, as we mentioned as well, so that could be a determining factor. But yeah, some really interesting times lying ahead with this shift in dynamics as far as the Rockstar group is concerned. We actually just was talking about it right now before you guys came to us. It would be very interesting to see what happens as soon as one of the other meerkats of the group comes out and sees the alpha female standing outside here. Now, Nikki's told me, Veronique, our meerkat habituator, has told me that she's seen them kicking out alpha females before and then allowing them back over time into the group, you know, being a valuable asset as far as experience and nursing and not nursing, but babysitting is concerned. It is a good thing to have them still in the group, even though their ranking order has shifted. So it is still fresh. It is still an open wound as far as that is concerned, the shift in dynamics. So it would be interesting to see as soon as one of these other meerkats, specifically the beta female, comes out this morning, if they do come out, to see how they react to this. I almost want to call her the outcast female now. Because you don't know if she's still going to be the alpha after this. So yeah, very interesting time lying ahead. It does sound like there's some sounds coming from the burrow, but however, we're not seeing anything yet. So it is very possible that she might have given birth, and then they're going to take a while to come out. So we'll see. If not today, we'll actually come back tomorrow morning or so and see what is going on then. It would be great to see how this story pans out. So we had a very good question now. Dakota just asked, can she, the alpha female, can she return her position? And yes, absolutely she can. Like I said, we're not even sure whether there's been a clear shift in dynamics here now. So this could just be the beta female being close to birth and her not wanting the alpha female to kill her baby. So she, rallied the troops and kicked her out momentarily. to be able to give birth and have them be safe during this birth-giving process and until they're strong enough, and then they'll allow the alpha back in the group. But it could also be, it looks like she wants to come and have a look at the burrow again. It's definitely possible that she might have lost her throne now, and given a week or two, as soon as she recovers her strengths and recovers from the shock of all of this, she might challenge the beta female again. Because I'm just referring to alpha and beta as we have been doing so the past couple of weeks, so that we know who we're talking about. As soon as we have a clear shift in dynamics, we'll obviously rename them. But to answer your question, absolutely, she can take her position back if she's still strong enough to do so. So it's difficult to say whether it's a definite and a final shift, or whether it's just now so that the beta female can give birth, or whether it's going to be just a temporary thing and then the alpha female is going to take her throne back. So like I said, interesting times lying ahead. But shame, I think this one had a long night because she must have slept somewhere else. She didn't sleep with the rock stars as a group. She came from completely different direction.
Welcome back, everyone. We are still here with our lovely cheetah. As you can see, she actually changed that position where she was earlier on, and because of the windy, she just get frightened by one of the branches get blown by the windy, but you can see she's keep on checking everywhere. But yeah, nothing really actually disturbing her except the windy. Otherwise, she's been hanging around for couple hours now. She doesn't look like she's going to move anywhere. She will be like changing trees to tree as soon as the sun changing direction, and she'll be like resting around in this area. There was some impala earlier on. Going to happen at the end, because sometimes the animals that can come up close to her, maybe she will do something. Okay, cool. Yeah, she will. Let's hang around here and see what she's gonna do.
Well, welcome back to Djuma, and welcome back to our leopard. The Battalier is currently flying in and around the area trying to discover, and she actually has been watching it quite closely. There's a vulture that has followed the Battalier here, but neither of them have landed. So she's now going to walk back to her kill and make sure that nobody gets there before her. So with any predator that she's bigger, then she will definitely chase off. If a hyena managed to come, she'd probably go towards it, but she wouldn't be able to fight the hyena. But a female leopard, she would definitely have some territorial aggression towards, but if it was a male, she would probably make some chuffing sounds and sulk. Okay, let's go, Beaks. She's moved. She's going straight back to her kill. And she's buried underneath the bush. It's all about driving forces, everybody. She's not hungry, but she doesn't want anybody else to steal it from her, including a bird. We were with Sabi, another female leopard. A Battalier landed in the tree when she had a kill, and she charged up that tree very aggressively to chase that bird away. So there's enormous amounts of competition for resources out here. And resources, for the most part, in predators is food. Yeah, just leave her to walk through the long grass. Isn't she beautiful? Okay, let's go again. Just around the corner. She's going to reposition it slightly, maybe even cover a little bit more. She might even just have a nibble or two just because she's there. Whether she feeds on it a lot is doubtful. But you know that sort of spitefulness. You'd rather eat some of it than let somebody else have some. And this is how leopards are so successful. As they defend their food. Yeah, she is. Okay, just going to stop for you right there. There we go. Now, from the air, that is almost invisible, and the Battalier hasn't been able to find it. Even from this angle, it's very hard to see. Here we go. She's now going to stay close, because no ways is she going to allow a Battalier to come and steal her food. So she's probably going to nap on it now. Hello, Mutsa. Jaguars and leopards are very similar. I've never physically encountered a jaguar in the wild, but they definitely are predators that have evolved from a very similar background. Jaguars are more forest dwelling. I think jaguars are a little bit bigger, but I'm not 100% sure. There's a difference in their spots, but I think their social behavior is quite similar to that of leopards. If anything, most big cats, apart from lion, have got that sort of solitary sort of nature. Leopards of India, a very similar sort of behavior to those of the leopards here. The only thing that changes really is the prey that they feed on, and that is determined by the area that they occur in. For example, the leopards we find here in the Kruger Park are far bigger in size and weight than the leopards you find down in the Cape, south of South Africa, where they feed on very small prey for the most part. Same species, but a big male down there is about 35 kilograms. That's 15 to 20 kilograms smaller than a female. So maybe 45 kilograms. So same species, they've just evolved a different size due to the fact that their prey animals are different. So jaguar forest dwelling cats, I'm dying to go and see some in South America. I don't know if they need to tree their or hoist their kills because of the lack of competition. Hello, Richard. Do you want to know how she's certain we won't steal the kill? Well, Talamba's used to us. Talamba we've watched her feed on things since she was a little cub. So basically, if I was off the vehicle and my full human form was seen, she would behave differently to what she is now. She's very used to seeing this car. She's very used to seeing people on the back of the vehicle. That is what we call habituation. This vehicle, from the day she was born, has followed her around. Her mom never reacted to it, so she learned not to react to it. There's no competition. No one from a vehicle like this has ever stolen her food. No one from a vehicle like this has ever chased her from her food or physically hurt her. So that conditioning, which has led to her habituation, means that she sees us as just this thing that follows her around. What exactly is going on in her mind with regards to that is very hard for me to say. But habituation is a conditioning that animals go through where they learn there's no negative reinforcement, no positive reinforcement. We don't feed her and we don't injure her or steal her food. So they eventually just forget that we're even there. We're not a concern to them. But all the other things in nature are either food or competition, or potential danger, for example, a buffalo or elephant. And these, they know that from an early age, because mum would have reacted to a lion, mum would have reacted to male leopards, to hyena, mum would have reacted to elephant as well. And so she would have learned how to deal with those situations, and she would have learned to avoid them. Doesn't mean she is a tame animal, everybody. Please don't think that. She is a wild leopard living in her wild habitat, living a very wild lifestyle. And we're just very blessed to be able to witness this secret and wildlife of the leopard.
That's great. We're back now in this waterhole and see what beautiful hippo. We just find them as we move into this dam. See also there's a lot of birds, water birds, as well as Egyptian geese all flying over these, bumming their heads over hippo. But they're still there. Remember, they only come back to this waterhole probably around 4 o'clock this morning, 3 o'clock, to stay in the water for their skin. They have very sensitive skin to the heat. They won't sustain a long time or a lot of hours outside of the water, no, not during the day. There was one of the young ones that was between them. I think it's all gone down too. For them, able to move out, it's got to be a dark. That's where they go forage, eat grass.
Another creature that's quite secretive is a kudu. Well, we've got 2 of them, and they've snuck out into the open very, very quietly. It took them a couple of minutes to come out from the bushes, and now they're having something to drink. Just the 2 of them, which is lovely. Looks like just 2 females, so 2 kudu cows. And this is what you normally see. But like I said, very, very secretive animals. Some of the, or if not one of the most beautiful antelope species that we get in Africa, especially the big males. I'm sure a few of you have seen some iconic photos of kudu bulls with their spiraled horns. But of course the females are just as pretty. But they don't often come out and hang around, so we're really, really lucky to have this sort of nice view. And because we're so far away from them, they're not really bothered by our presence. You probably notice that I've also just speaking a little bit softer than I normally do. My voice normally booms across all of Africa. But look at those enormous ears that they've got. And you'll see every time they've quenched their thirst and they pop their heads up, they look behind them. And then they move those ears in opposite directions. They've got very good eyesight and phenomenal hearing too. That's of course why they've got those big ears. And they're not normally an animal that is partial to being out in the open all the time. They tend to stick to the shadows and along river lines where the vegetation is a lot denser. And that's of course why they do have the big ears, is because instead of seeing their predator, they're probably going to hear one first, maybe a leopard crunching on a leaf. But I talk about it all the time. It's really daunting for the animals to come and drink at Ndlovu Dam, because that's where we are, right outside the eco training camp. And you can see that kudu cow on the right keeps looking over the dam wall, because that's where the lions, well, a lion in particular, lioness, likes to sneak over there. So, a bit worried. Faith Juggernaut, I think it depends on the animal species as to how they drink. With kudus, it doesn't look like they're lapping up the water. If you look very, very carefully, you'll see that they bring their lips right to the edge, and they're actually sucking it up. So impala typically do the same thing. Obviously with wild dogs or hyenas or lions and leopards and the cat species, they will lap up the water. But even vervet monkeys, when they come down to drink, they put their faces right to the edge of the water and they will suck it up. And elephants do the same thing too, but they use their trunks, and then will suck up the water into their trunks and then squirt it back into their mouths. I think they'd be here for a very long time if they had to lap up the water. So at least this way, I think they're getting more mouthfuls. And of course, the iconic moustache that they have is quite cute. Jakarta at one point, kudu and eland were related. However, they've recently been separated. So kudu are part of the tragelaphid family, the spiraled horned antelopes, whereas eland are now, I think they've been moved into the taurotragus. tragus. So it wasn't I think this was maybe in the last 10 years or so that this has happened, but they were thought to be quite closely related, but now they aren't. So the animals that are in the what is it called again? Sorry, the tragalaphids is the kudu, the bushbuck, and the inyala are the ones that you can see here in southern Africa, and the ones that you're most likely to see here on Pridelands, or even at Djuma, or in Phinda and in Ngala. You can see them. And then look, another animal's come down to have maybe it'll come down for a drink, or perhaps it's going to feed, but just behind the kudu is a giraffe. Hello, giraffe. Just one for now. Remember, with giraffe, they don't always hang around in herds. Sometimes they spend a bit of time on their own. Now you can also get an idea if the giraffe comes out quick enough, sort of size comparison, because kudu are really, really big antelope. It's not the large antelope in Africa. Obviously, we're just talking about the eland, and that is the largest, well, that's the largest antelope in the world, in fact. But you can still see how big they are. I mean, they could squeeze right underneath the giraffe's legs, as could we. But in comparison to an impala, or even something as small as a little steenbok, they sort of dwarf the other antelope species. The waterbuck is a similar size, but the kudu is still taller. But I think we're just going to stick with our plan this morning and enjoy all the animals that come down for a drink at Ndlovu Dam.
Beautiful. You know, a lot of animals during this time of the day, all they need is a drink. We're still sitting here at this dam with our hippo. So we left this bunch there because then there seems to be going down always, but this one looks like it's one of the female foreigners. And you can listen to them now. Just saw the oxpeckers, especially this time of the morning, for them able to communicate, because here it looks like it's larger lake, so all spread around, and that's how they would be able to communicate, make sound. But for them being in the water doesn't mean other animals won't come drink here. Of course they will come drink. Herbivore species that don't have a problem with them. But if it's a cat come down here, you will hear them able to, make a lot of noise. So hippo, understand what you're doing. It's a good question. They stick around together, not together close by, but they will share some water hole. But of course, hippo, it's a main predators for most herbivore species. As whoever dies in the water, a croc will go eat. But with the hippo, mainly, I know it's been a record of them, eat some meat. I've been seen, but not quite often. But if it's that the case, then it could be some special diet they need to get. But really, they don't go for meat. They are herbivores. They always feed on grasses, green grass. And the reason we all thought that, they might actually eat meat is just because of they're much protective. So whoever would be around them as a different species, and they feel threatened. And this is how they do a lot of the killing by hippos. So it could be some also crocodiles in this waterhole, which we can't see right now, but they will stay far from one another.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see right here we are with the two lovely two Sabarat lionesses. As you can see, they're just lying nicely in the sunshine in a nice area. There's actually this is like quite a actually big watering hole, but in almost no water now. But they're just sitting here and waiting, see if there's anything come trying to drink here. Yeah, these two sisters, they've been kicked off from the rest of the pride. They just hang around. Oh, look at the way they're both turning around, looking around. Could be something they pick it up. So they actually wandering around between the two, which is good for them because this is a time for them to be able to learn how to hunt, how to look after themselves, because there's going to be the time where they're going to have to have their own cubs. So they have to hunt without getting any help. So this is a very, very good training time for the two. It looks very quiet for now, but around the watering hole is a lot of mud. You never know what's going to happen, because it could be like water of something like that coming down to drink or wallowing on this mud. But yeah, they're in a visible place. Anyone come around, they'll be able to see them quite easily. As you can see, they just chosen themselves a nice higher point, so they can able to see. But everyone can able to see them before they see them. Beautiful sisters. They're quite lazy. Yeah, this is, look at the place where they are. It's quite red soil. It'll look even more beautiful. I think they're just enjoying the day. Beautiful day, nice and warm. But I'm pretty sure when it starts getting a bit more warm again. Yeah, they're just like having a good time, yeah. But they're gonna hunt if something comes. Yeah, it's nice and cool as well. It's not that hot. While Marianne, when the mom have the new cubs, they don't really like them because they still need to make sure the other younger cubs, they having a good time of, especially when they have a kill, because these two, they won't think about the small one. They'll just eat and trying to fight with them. They will only allow to join the pride again when the other cubs are slightly bigger as well, so they can able to defend, especially when they're feeding. That's why they've been kicked off. But that's a good way of teaching them how to survive without being independent. So like slightly walking, coming down. Problem here, I think she's trying to get some water to drink. And as you know, most of the cat doesn't like the mud. Only thing which will help them to be able to drink from this small water, patch of water is to find like tracks of a big mammal like a rhino or elephant. When they have like a small cup of that, they will drink from there. But into this mud, it's almost impossible for the lion to jump into this mud. I don't know what she's gonna try to do, but there's mud everywhere. But that mud also is very soft, and she's like hoping to find a small puddle so she can drink from that. But she decided to lie down there, cooling place. Wow, that's a very good plan of hiding. If it's anything coming around, they won't be able to see, especially if they're coming from behind her. She will be able to see that. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna sit here a little bit longer. Not sure. We'll sit here and wait and see what's going to happen.
Well, it sounds like quite a nice cat morning. Lions, cheetah, and of course, here in Djuma, our wonderful princess. Now, she hasn't done much except look around a fair amount. She was quite nervous for a little bit. The wind is blowing from behind her, so if anything did approach... Oh, a hooded vulture has just found her, everybody. That's what she's looking at. This hooded vulture is about to figure something out. There it is. Now, if it can see her or not, that's very hard for me to tell you. But she definitely was giving it a look. And hooded vultures are very reliable when it comes to finding meat. So if you ever do find a hooded vulture, I know it is very hard for you to see that as a hooded vulture, but I got to see it with my eyes. Hooded vultures are very reliable. If you find hooded vulture with other vultures, it's a very, very good chance that there is meat there. Hooded vultures are as reliable as finding a tawny eagle or a battalier eagle with vultures. A group of normal whiteback vultures here, there's never too much to be concerned about. They might have just been bathing the night before, sort of hanging together as they dried themselves the night before, so I don't rely too heavily on them. But if you find a hooded vulture with a group of whitebacks, the hooded vulture will be very close to the kill. Because leopards are so secretive, though, it's very uncommon to find leopards and kills with vultures. She's just going to sit there today. I wonder if she'll find some more shade. She has moved the kill into a nice shaded spot. Oops, you want to know if I've been in a dangerous situation with a leopard? Yeah, well, you know, we put ourselves in potentially dangerous situations with these cats by working in this industry. And quite early on in my career, before I was actually even a qualified guide, I was doing some work looking after and trying to habituate leopards. And I went to an area where they had told me that there was a leopard, and the leopard had an impala in the tree. And so I found the area. I wasn't the best tracker. I found the vehicle tracks that had gone off, and I went there and I drove in to try to find where this leopard was. I couldn't find a leopard in the tree. I couldn't find a leopard anywhere. And so I got out of my car, which I probably shouldn't have done, and a leopard had been not far away and it decided to charge. So it was a potentially extremely dangerous situation, but I was very close to my vehicle and managed to just pop back in again. And I spoke just now before about how they will react to seeing you on foot. They see this person and they react to it. And that leopard was defending a carcass and it charged. But I just popped back in my car, and it came and stood next to the car, and then was looking at me in the car as if I had just vanished. That human form that was there moments before was gone. And the vehicle, with the noises and sounds and smells that it makes, was completely normal for that leopard and had no need to react to it. So that was a very good example of how they see the human form versus a vehicle. It's why we don't climb off of vehicles, or should I say stand up in vehicles to give away your form, because the leopard or a lion, they suddenly see a change in shape. It was a very important lesson for me. But these animals are potentially dangerous, and especially when it comes to defending food. For the most part, leopards on foot, if they do see you, they will run away. That's what they do. They're quite shy and unassuming predators. They're not really out to fight everybody. But when it comes to having cubs or defending a meal, they can change quite suddenly. It's all about that driver. The driver, are they afraid of you? Which generally leopards are afraid. They move away from people. But if they're defending something, their driver is more overwhelmed or overweighted by the need to eat or defend a kill, or the need to defend cubs. And because the cubs can't run away, the leopard will put itself between the danger and the cubs rather than running away. But for the most part, they would move away. That's what they do. She is just going to be chilling here. It's getting rather warm, so I doubt she's going to be going anywhere.
Look at how these two hippos, the one on the right is resting its head on the back of this other one, but look on the back of this hippo on the left, you'll notice there's two water terrapins on the back, and then the one at the or the hippo on the right, there's another water terrapin there. All of them just enjoying the sun. Because often with hippo, whenever they rest, so because they move, majority of the time that they do move to go and feed us during the night time and early part of the morning, when they do get back into the water, that's when they rest up before they have to go out in the evening again. And sometimes when you find them in the water, this is how they would normally lie down with their heads on top of each other's backs, like you can see here. We're just lucky. This one, you can see it quite clearly. Now this is a very beautiful scene. We had waterbuck here, we have these hippos, and there's a giraffe. Now, the giraffe is just off to our right. And what we'll try and do is after this, we'll try and see if we can reposition. Charlie Whiskey, with what I've noticed from hippos, especially the bulls, is of course when they move out of the water, they will then spray or spread their dung in certain areas to mark it and tell the other hippos that this is of course their area. But often in a water hole, what they do is, if there's any bulls in it that are not dominant, they are often pushed away from the rest of the pod. So you'll find that there's a group of hippos together with the male or that territorial bull there with all the females. And as soon as that male gets too close, either then there's going to be a fight or he's going to push that one out. And eventually, like, either kill him or push him just out of the water, so he has to find another source of water. But sometimes in very dry conditions, there's not a lot of water around. And then they'll tolerate the younger bulls, but they have to show that they are not, that they are submissive and they don't get too close. But otherwise, it's just mainly a form of them just showing their dominance by either showing their teeth, possibly even rushing towards that younger bull and pushing him away. Those are some of the signs that you could possibly see. The hippos look so relaxed, and it is warming up quite a bit. Now, this morning was overcast, and with the clouds now burning away, you can feel that it is going to be a very warm day here in Africa. Just trying to scan the water. I'm sure that even if there were lions around or any other predators, the chances are likely that they won't be lying down in the open. They'll more likely be going to find just a nice dense patch of shade to go and lie down.
Right, guess what we've done? So you can see this is a little man-made structure here. I'm actually sitting right inside the eco-training camp. Now, part of the things that is important to learn about nature is, of course, birding. So we have a little bird bath here that attracts, as you can see, multiple little bird species, and it gives often the students an opportunity to hone in on those birding skills. Now, we've got a bunch of blue waxbills here, which are the bright blue birds with a little bit of brown on them. And then we've also got some firefinches here. And I think that there is a combination of African firefinches as well as Jamison's fires that have been fluttering about. But some of them are just not staying still enough for me to be able to tell the difference between the two. They look fairly similar, just except the African firefinches are typically a lot darker in color, and the Jamison's firefinches don't have as much dark sort of coloration around their face. They're quite light, and then on their backs, it's sort of like a washed out pinky brown color. There's no red-billed firefinches, because they are obviously appropriately named after the color of their beak, and they have a red beak. Sometimes that changes with some birds in breeding season, but that's not the case with the red-billed firefinches. So this is really cool. This is beautiful to see these tiny little birds hopping around here. Like really, really nice. I think most of them might be the Jamisons. Okay? Ah, nice. Good spot, Odie. So look at that bird on the left. Look at this on the log now. That is an incredible bird. That's called a green-winged partilia. But such a cool little bird to see. It's not one that we often get to catch on camera.
Beautiful. Finch is also my favorite bird. Here we got a whole bunch of antelopes, Ngala, N-Y-A-L-A. Ngala, they are one of the species of antelope. They are always females stays in a group, and also males form sometimes bachelor groups of up to 4, 3. You can see one of the young male that is starting to change its color, because in a species of antelope there's a difference in color from male to female. Where males change to dark coat, and females stay as these colors yellow, but the stripe always visible, white stripe. So these young males still associate with their mother, since they haven't separated from them. They haven't joined yet the bachelor group. Look how many of them. Look at these stripes, amazing.
Welcome back to the river, and my toppies have reduced from 5.5 to 4, and they're still doing their patrols along the river. And now I don't know, this looks like really interesting. Maybe it's an investigation they're taking, but I don't know exactly what's going on. But they have been losing and wasting a lot of energy going up and down, up and down, up and down. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but they've had, oh, there comes the mom with a little one. I couldn't find her. The little guy must be very, very tired now. I don't know if this is it or not. If it's it, it's going to be wonderful. If not, then we'll just have to wait. Like I said, these guys, they go when they want, and looks like they're on a suicide mission, because if that little guy goes, I don't know what's gonna happen. But they keep following that bank like they want to find the best, the most appropriate spot. I don't know where that spot is going to be, because now where they're going to go, they are hippos, and once they see the hippos, they might not, come down. But they're in a place where they might come down. Let's have a look. Are you gonna turn there? Okay. Are you gonna come down? Yes. Okay. Are you gonna go further? Okay. Very hard to predict, like I said. Yeah, very, very hard to predict when they're going to decide to go. The urge here is to cross, but when it happens, I don't know. It's been drizzling the whole morning, and so I don't know if this is affecting everybody. They're losing timeline. Too much time is wasted. See how far the water is. Are we gonna leave the bank again? It looks like it. Karen, Jumbo, how do I know, or how do we know when the migration is over? Well, since we're neighbors with our neighbors, the Tanzanians, we know when it's over, because they tell us that they have received some of the big numbers down there. And also because we're very close to the border, we are some of the last people to see the migration. And when we don't see the wildebeest and any crossings for about 3-4 weeks, then we know it is over. But basically, there is information all over the social media going on about crossings and the migration. So we normally catch up on social media with fellow guides from neighboring countries, other camps, relatives, and they tell us, they've seen lots of wildebeest heading in that direction. Then we know that they're still here, or they've headed down south. Then we know that they are gone. So current social media plays a very big role, but also we're very close to the border, so we experience with them coming and the last ones going. Yes, they have gone back to the bank. Another quick meeting there, maybe. Yeah, you can imagine how much energy they've wasted for the last almost 3.5 hours coming down, going back. That little guy, I feel sorry for him. He must be very, very tired. Very, very tired. You can tell that he's still very wobbly. Every now and then, you think he's gonna fall. So it's very risky, actually, if they do cross with that little guy. Looks like they have left the river bank and they're heading out into the open. It doesn't mean that it's over. They might go and stay out there for a little bit and then head back. This is norm over here. I've gotten used to it, and it's a very interesting behavior. All animals, when they come down here, they portray the same behavior. Zebra, topi, wildebeest, all of them do the same. They come, they touch the water, get back, stay out in the open, then decide to come back, and it's very hard to predict when they're going to go. But I'm still staying here. Hopefully it will happen. So, and if it happens, I'll update you.
Thanks, Isaac. Well, it is a patience game, sitting there waiting at the river. And it is always just so interesting. You spend so much time waiting for the animals to cross. And I spent time with the crossing. They crossed one way, and then they went straight back again. They thought the grass was greener on the other side, and then they came back again. Such interesting behavior. It's just so dramatic to watch. There's big water features, the mara, the crocodiles, huge number of animals crashing through. It's a must-see, as is seeing a leopard. Many people come to Africa, come on safari to see a leopard, and this is probably one of the hardest to find. That's why the Sabi sands and many of the private game reserves are so up there when it comes to game viewing. So many of them are able to guarantee you a leopard sighting, almost guarantee. And obviously we've got a leopard on the floor, but there's nothing quite like that sort of amazing shot of the leopard perched in the tree, owning the tree. But Kalahari's decided today she's going to give us a different perspective. She's found a very nice pillow in the form of that log. And then whenever you complain about your bed, that's a bit hard or whatever it might be, your pillow is maybe a bit lumpy, think about what most animals survive with. No complaints. They sleep where they sleep. So just to be clear on that last story, everybody, when I said that that leopard charged me, it made more of a noise than a physical action. It did come out eventually, but the noise a leopard makes, and a lion for that matter, is one that's supposed to intimidate, and it does. It rocks you to your core. The sound of a lion growling or a leopard growling, there's nothing quite like that in the world, especially when you're out of your comfort zone, out in the wilds. There's nothing that can quite make your body tremble like that of a growling cat.
We're just having a look at a young giraffe making its way to the mom. When I say young, it looks like a baby. You see it's hiding behind that one bush. You know what I want to do is, there is a slight gap right in front here. I'm just going to move slightly forward, and then hopefully we'll be able to get another glimpse of this baby giraffe. Now the mom is just at the back, so let's see. Hopefully the baby doesn't move into a dense area where we can't see it. Hoping for the bears. Oh, there we go. Might be able to see it. I'm just going to reposition like that. There we go. And just to show you how big this little one is, we can compare it against the mom. Oh, don't go. This little one's moving away from us now. But so there's the little one, and look at the size difference. The mom is off to the left. So there's the mom. Look at how tall the mom is, and look at how small that youngster is. You can even see the tail. There's just this little patch of hair at the back. And of course he doesn't want to be seen, so he's moving in behind a bit of cover. But you can see Mama's picking away. I'm not too sure what type of tree she's feeding on at the moment. I'm just going to take my binoculars and have a closer look. And based on what I can see, it looks like a type of bush willow, but it's hard to say exactly which one. Just knowing from the area here, the one that we often see is called a russet bush willow. You can see how she's just using that tongue to wrap it around some of the smaller twigs, pull it into her mouth, and then strip those leaves off. I enjoy watching giraffes feeding. And of course, she's just decided on a very nice spot for her and this youngster. There's quite a few strands of tall trees, and then of course a lot of open areas. So for her at least, she'll be able to see if there's any predator around with that youngster, because often lions could be quite a big danger for them. But we can't really see them at the moment. She's moved to the back, and the youngster as well. So maybe let's carry on. Hopefully we'll be able to see some more giraffe.
Yeah, giraffes, beautiful to see, and luckily in open grasslands like in the Masai Mara, you'll never miss a giraffe even from 5 kilometers away. Now, saying earlier, the rains bring so many positives than negatives out here. And you can tell this egrets that we rarely see them coming out in an open area like this without dealing or walking with the mammals they feed with. They're out here getting anything they could catch, also from the ground. Now the rains also bring so many worms or so many other insects or anything that could be living underground out. coming to enjoy the rain, and in the process also all these birds that you see here having a party benefit from. We've got the cattle egrets, sacred ibis, black-headed herons, yellow-billed storks, and has continued spitting here in the Mara since the big rain stopped earlier. Very good job, Bungay. And most of the birds that took off there were the cattle egrets and birds of a feather flying together, and all of them coming back again. Nice. Maybe they needed to warm up a little bit. Ali, we've got two rainy seasons in Kenya, the long rains and the short rains. We are currently going through the short rains, which have started, I would say, from this week. We shall continue seeing the short rains that may go until sometimes in October. The long rains normally start in the months of March, sometimes April, coming through to June. Now, last night, Ali, we had such a heavy storm, or rather very big rains, and they continued the whole night. And I was trying to find out from a friend of mine, but we got a feeling we recorded 250 millimeters of rainfall last night. And that's what has brought all the joy to these birds that you see here, because a lot has come out from the ground. I want to move forward a little bit and find out what I'll be able to search for you later.
Beautiful. Of course, it's quite a lot to eat for this animal, same as these 3 warthog. We just find them. Looks like a 2 young male and the female as well. And it looks like they've been spending a lot of time in this burn section here. And what it does, the burn section, the grasses, it shoots quicker when the first rain comes. So it is a little bit of a new shoot on the ground. And this is what keeps this animal stick around in this area. So they are day active animal. They probably just get active this morning, look for food. But mainly grass, short grass. This is where you see them go down on their knees in order to reach the ground, because otherwise it's a long time moving around, standing, and they bend all over to reach the ground. So they get tired of that. But they don't give up. They have to go down on their knee and carry on feed. They have very strong nostrils, which they're able to dig the soil. Look at this, you can see the beard on the side of that young female. You mainly find the warthog mixed with impala, zebra, baboons, giraffe sometimes. This is all for safety. You talk about sense of smell, sense of hearing, and eyesight. Eyesight, it tends to be very much not great for them. But sense of smell is good. So that when they stick around with the others, they might have a sense of our eyesight and a hearing. And that's where the safety, it's always be there for them. See how they move. Now join the male. See that male we're talking about, not actually full grown male, still also young male still, but you see the warts coming out of the face.
Welcome back. Just up the road. Well, the tree that she's chosen to hide underneath is almost leafless, apart from a few of the smaller branches that have got some leaves. It's such an important element out here in the savannah in the summer months. That's why so many different mammal species occur here, is because of the shade provided by trees. It gets very hot in the summer months, and if there wasn't shade, animals would do very, very badly, or they'd have to adapt different mechanisms. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is a ball of grass that has been pulled up from the ground and scratched over the impala carcass, making it almost invisible. We can't even see the impala anymore. So she did a very good job. She's done a very good job. Just past her head, you'll see its foot. So just past on the other side. BK, sorry, on the other side of her head. There we go. There you can see her hoof. Just down below her ear. Below the ear. There we go. There is an impala hoof. Apart from that, the rest of the animal is completely obscured. So that is behavior that these cats learn to do. We've seen Kalahari covering her dad's scat before as well, because of the smell, perhaps, but it's something that we see lions do as well. Lions will sometimes cover intestines and stomach content, and it might be to obscure it from the sky, but it also might be to prevent the flies from finding it. Flies find dead meat very quickly, and they can be quite annoying. They lay their eggs, and maggots can form very, very quickly. So a couple of reasons, I suppose: keep the smell down, prevent the smell from wafting away to attracting other predators and attracting other flies.
So look at this interesting behavior. So we found 5 giraffes that were off to the side. Looks like they're all youngsters. And you'll see how this one and another one just to the left, both of them are lying down. Now, early on, all 5 of them were on the ground like that. Now, with giraffes, I mean, if they do lie down like that, they are pretty vulnerable. So you often see that in the heat of the day, whenever they need to rest or sleep, that's when they'll lie down like that. And sometimes even regurgitate if they had any of or some of the food during the evening or during the morning. But very, very interesting behavior. And it's so nice just being able to spend a bit of time with the giraffes, especially with these younger ones, because the one off to the right looks like it might be the oldest in comparison to the other ones, but they all, just judging by the horns, roughly similar ages and also quite young. I think the one closest off to the right, the one that we can see lying down, is probably the youngest of all of them. Now the question is, I wonder where the mothers are. If they might be around, probably just feeding. Butterfly, it is the giraffe daycare. Looking after the younger ones. And you know that small one we saw earlier was coming from this area, and I wonder if he or she wasn't with these two, or these bunch, and then eventually went back towards where the mum was standing. But I can imagine how warm it must be. There's a bit of cloud cover building up, and I wonder maybe because of all the humidity, because it's so warm, that there's a chance we might have some rain later on. Not too sure. But if that is the case, then because it's still nice and warm, they'll be here, and then eventually, if it gets warmer, they might just move into a bit of shade. There are some bigger trees in the back where they can go find some nice shelter out of the day. But this one off to the left, notice the head was down, probably had an itch on the leg. And sometimes they'll use their lower jaw, the teeth on the lower jaw, just to scratch. If there is any potential itch, might be from a tick. But what an incredible day, like all across the different reserves, and being to see all these amazing animals. And who knows what the day will hold in store for us, and maybe even this afternoon what we're going to see on drive. So definitely for all our viewers, come join us on this afternoon safari. Let's see what we can find and be part of that whole adventure.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, this is not the Masai Mara. This is Djuma Game Reserve. We have a very small population of wildebeest on our own, and I mean very small. And they're slowly congregating off in the thicket here. So it's that time of day, everyone. Jump on board, get ready. It's time for your live safari through the African bush.